Heil og sæl. Berglind Þorsteinsdóttir heiti ég og safnstjóri Byggðasafns Skagafirðinga. Við erum hjartanlega velkomin á þetta Málþing þar sem við ætlum að fjalla torfarfinn frá ýmsum sjónarhornum og jafnvel heimshornum, svo má segja. Með okkur hérna í dag hópur nemenda og kennara frá NTNU Háskólanum í Þrándheimi eða Norges Teknisk Naturvetenskapelige Universitet, excuse my pronunciation, sem að fara námskeið í torfæslu hjá Fornverkaskólanum. Á Málþinginu eru einnig þátttakendur frá Skotlandi sem eru með okkur hérna gegnum neti, þannig að sjáum við hérna Tom. Þar sem við erum á alþjóðlegu nótunum í dag, þá fer Málþingið fram á ensku, en þess má geta Málþingið verður tekið upp og birt á netinu að því loknu, þannig að hægt að glöggva sér að sá það. Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Berglind Þorsteinsdóttir and I'm the director of Skagafjörður Heritage Museum, and I will be moderating the symposium here today. I'm very excited about today's agenda, which is packed with interesting lectures about turf, a topic we all love here, from many different angles and countries. And so very special thanks to those who were able to take part here today. Since we have participants in the symposium from 3 different countries, the symposium will be in English. The symposium will be filmed and posted online after the fact. If I quickly explain the agenda today and how it will be conducted, as you see here on the screen and on printed versions spread here around the room, we will have 3 to 4 lectures in 3 slots. And each lecture is 20 minutes, ending each slot with 10 minutes of questions and discussions. Finally, we will have a panel where we will discuss the working environment in the field of turf building and the future of traditional building methods. Participating are the turf builders Helgi Sigurðsson from Fornverk, Gunnar Óli Guðjónsson, who will hopefully arrive soon, from Stokkar and Steinar. From the National Museum of Iceland, we have Alma Sigurðardóttir, Pétur Ármannsson from the Heritage Agency of Iceland, and Hildigunni Sverrisdóttir, architect, and Sigríður Sigurðardóttir, founder and board member of the Heritage Craft School project. Here we can have questions from the room to the panel and many fruitful discussions from where we hopefully become a step closer in solving the challenges of preserving traditional building methods. In between we will have coffee and lunch breaks. There's coffee and tea here on the side. And you're welcome to grab a cup anytime. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Rúnar Leifsson, the director of the Heritage Agency of Iceland, up here to open the symposium.
Góði gestir, kære norske venner, dear guests, I'm pleased to open the symposium on the preservation of traditional turf building methods. And I would like to extend a warm welcome to you from both the Skagafjörður Heritage Museum and the Cultural Heritage Agency of Iceland. I would also like to thank the museum for organizing this important event. Turf buildings are iconic for Iceland. This is the idealized depiction of the Icelandic countryside. You all have this mental image, I'm sure, a green meadow with a neat gabled turf house standing in the center, smoke rising from the chimney, traditional Icelandic farm animals, horses and dogs and sheep in front. We know this picture from, well, they hang it on our walls, Drottinn blessi heimilið. It's depicted on children's books still to this day. This method of building was introduced to Iceland right at the beginning of permanent settlement in the country, 1200 years ago in the 9th century, and developed here through the ages like nowhere else in the world, right till the 20th century. And as such, turf houses and other turf constructions are interwoven with wider developments in Icelandic society. From the earliest settlement era pit houses, Viking age longhouses, to the gabled farmhouses of the 18th and 19th centuries, to even examples of influences of modern architecture in the 20th century. Turf architecture took on various regional styles. They have been typologically classified depending on the century and era, and on location even, and thus we can trace a thread from the Viking Age into modern times. The ruins we excavate as archaeologists today bear witness to the same cutting and building of turf as is taught today at Tyrfingsstaðir here in Skagafjörður. But building of turf was not invented here in Iceland. The methods predate the settlement by centuries. And we know this from, among other archaeological investigations, for example, from as far as the European continent, where we know people were building of Klambra and Strengur centuries before the settlement of Iceland. And as we will hear today, turf structures still exist elsewhere in Northern Europe, in Norway and Scotland, for example. So these traditions were brought to Iceland and they thrived here. Building of turf and stone was a great adaptation to the Icelandic environment. The building material is abundant and turf houses kept the nation alive through the centuries and despite quite harsh conditions. Then modernity hit Iceland like a brick. And we ran out of the turf houses and never looked back. Not a backward glance. And this development happened quite fast in the early 20th century. The thread from the age of settlement was cut, and the great majority of turf buildings have since fallen down or disappeared. We have precious few left. Most examples are of nice manor houses like Glumberg and churches, which are now owned by the National Museum of Iceland. We are currently facing numerous threats to our heritage sites. Most obviously, perhaps, because of climate change and the accompanying rise in sea level, coastal erosion, an increased threat of landslides, and so on. Also, unfortunately, because of ill-advised development plans. We see that a lot in our field. But there's also the loss of intangible things that give cause for concern. Things we cannot see. And most notably, this is the loss of knowledge and loss of know-how in modern society regarding traditional crafts. If people do not know how to build a clinker boat, if people do not know how to build a turf house, then those types of material culture will inevitably disappear. But symposiums like this give hope. The importance of craftsmanship and its interplay with the preservation of tangible cultural heritage, for instance with our architectural heritage and with the preservation of our remaining historical boats, has been increasingly highlighted in recent years. And we see this, for example, in the increased awareness with UNESCO's 2003 convention and so on. And we who work in cultural heritage management, of course, very much welcome this raised awareness, which is long, long overdue. So this is really the interconnection between the intangible and the material world that we see so clearly in cultural heritage management and which is, in essence, inseparable. Dear guests, we look forward to hearing many interesting lectures here today, and I would especially like to welcome the participants from Norway and Scotland. Góðir gestir, Málþingið nú sett. The symposium is now in session. Thank you.
Thank you, Rúnar for those inspirational words. Next down is my wonderful colleague at the Skagafjörður Heritage Museum, Bryndís Soega, long-standing project manager of the Heritage Craft School, and who will tell us about the project and the Skagafjörður turf building survey.
Hi all. My name is Bryndís Soega and I work at the archaeology department at Skagafirði, or the Skagafjörður Heritage Museum, which I will just call the museum from now on for short. I am the project manager for the Heritage Craft School project, which I will be telling you about today. But I'm also going to be talking about another project that we have been working on that we call the Skagafjörður Turf Building Survey. I'd just like to start to say that I'm so happy that to see all of you here today, so many people. And I especially would like to say hi to Tom, who should be somewhere up there, and yes. Emily from Scotland. Yeah, hi Tom. And to our Norwegian colleagues that we will be teaching turf building for the next 3 days. And I'm 100% sure that they will teach us as much as we are able to teach them. First, I want to tell you a little bit about the background of the project. That is the Heritage Craft School project, will now just be called the project. Fornverkaskólans was established in the spring of 2007 and is a partnership project between the Skagafjörður Heritage Museum, the carpentry department at the local secondary school, and the tourism department at Hólar University. The initial plans, this is almost 20 years ago, were to have a series of courses in traditional building skills and also in heritage studies at the university level. The museum's role was to provide the venue for those courses and collect information like photos and videos during courses. Those initial plans did not pan out as planned, and the museum gradually took over the management of the project and the courses. The museum provides the project, also provides the project manager, who's me, and soon Inga here will be taking over from me, who carries all the overall responsibility of the project, like funding and organizing courses, etc. The project is still a collaboration project, and a member from the collaborating institutions sit on board of the project. And we have hosted very successful courses together, for example, with the local carpentry department. The aim of the project, the original aim of the project, was to teach the traditional building skills that we need to be able to preserve our built heritage. And now I'm mainly referring to turf, or buildings made of turf. There were no formal programs that teach these skills, and there are none to date. If we lose this knowledge, as other countries have, we also lose the capability of maintaining our turf buildings. But is this knowledge really in any danger of disappearing? There are plenty of people all over the country who have some experience with turf building. In my job, for example, I often meet people that tell me that they helped their maintaining turf buildings with their parents on the farm they grew up on. There are several people that do it as a part of their job or have worked as turf builders. But there are only a handful of people that have the skills, the knowledge, and most importantly, the experience to build and or maintain all the different types of building that we have, that understand and appreciate the regional differences, both in the types of buildings and the materials used. And that said, the other aim of the project, which I mentioned before, was to preserve and restore the buildings at Þjóðminjasafni, located on Kjálki in Skagafjörður, which became the venue for the courses hosted by Fornverkaskólans. I will come back to Tillingsstaðir, but first I want to tell you a little bit about our courses. Fornverkaskólinn, what's it called? Yeah, I'll just call it Fornverkaskólinn. It's the Heritage Craft School project. It's financed with grants and moderate course fees from participant that pays for the cost of running the courses. The reliance on grants means that our work per year is based on how much money we get. In the beginning, we had about 3 to 4 courses every year, but now there are only 1 to 2. The reason is that funding is getting more challenging, both because there are fewer funds we can apply to, and because the fact that our project is not new anymore, which is often a criteria for grants. All our courses are based on hands-on training, and we try to keep number of participants relatively low so everyone will get a sufficient access to the instructor. Of course, we're breaking that rule tomorrow where we have 20 people coming to assist the grant, but that's gonna be great anyway. Tolerant Norwegians. A classic course is 3 to 4 days. But we have had shorter courses for groups that just want an introduction into turf building. We've also had longer courses, which are about a week, where we teach turf building and we teach more about the Icelandic vernacular architecture. But the classic ones are 3 to 4 days of hard work. Our course assignments are always practical. That is, we are always restoring old or building new buildings that will stand after the course. And we have experienced appreciation for this among our participants. People are proud of their work, and many come and visit year after year to see how their buildings are faring. And they bring family and friends to show the walls. We also want people to learn as much as possible, so we usually start with taking down and removing walls that need repair. So you see how it was built, and we can learn from the old wall or the old house. We cut as much of the turf as possible on site. We show different technique methods, even if we are only building with 1 or 2 types of turf. Then we end with rebuilding or fixing a wall. That's basically how our courses go. Since 2007, we've had 42 courses. The course number 43 is starting tomorrow. We've had 312 participants. As you see, we've been operating since 2006, which makes the project 16 years old. So we're basically in the middle of the trying teen years. In that time, we've hosted the 42 courses. We just finished a turf building course yesterday, and we start in a new venue in Síðastliðinn tomorrow. Our main courses and the most popular ones are the turf and timber frame courses. But we've also had a course on driftwood and one on repair and new build of timber windows, which was a huge success, and we do have to repeat that. We've had courses in dry stone walling, and we once had a fabulous course in weaving or warp-weighted loom, which is not really a building skill, but definitely a skill that is disappearing in Iceland. But as I mentioned, the turf courses have been the most popular and most sought after courses. Since 2012, the Fornverkaskólinn has been participating in European funded adult learning programs. In 2012, we first received a group of Scottish or Scotland-based professionals like Tom and Emily, who are with us today. Professional or volunteers, mostly from the heritage sector. This collaboration has been very beneficial for all parties, I think I can safely say, but Tom and Emily are welcome to contradict me on that, and they'll talk today. The first two projects, the chest and the net, were through a collaboration with a Scottish firm called The Arts, and through them we have received a total of 8 groups with 5 to 10 pupils every year. Apart from the COVID year and 1 gap year. Those are unfortunately over. Those are unfortunately over because of Brexit, but we're hoping that they will find the money to keep on coming to us. And as I said earlier, the museum was responsible for the venue for the Fornverkaskóla process, and what a venue it was. In 2006, the museum signed a contract with the owner of Tyrfingsstaðir in Skagafjörður about using the abandoned turf houses as course assignments. And the plan was to renovate and restore the farmhouse, which consists the farmhouse you can see in the picture here. This is in 1975, 2008, and this was taken last year. So why Tyrfingsstaðir? What's so special about the place? It was inhabited until 1969, when it was abandoned. Both the farmhouse and most of the outbuildings were in use at that time, and it is a whole entity. That is, everything is still there. Both, the cowsheds, the stables, the sheep shed, and everything. So this is Tyrfingsstaðir in the, I think, late 80s or early 90s. This is a map of what we have done. This is our classroom. You can see that all the white, marked with white, have been finished, but of course you never finish a turf house. We already started maintaining the houses we started on first, but we still have quite a lot to do in the turf house itself, the turf farm itself. I say renovating, but some of the houses had already fallen down, so we were basically rebuilding them. As you can see here, this is in 2008, and this is the house 3 years ago, and this is the first house we built. We, when we're rebuilding houses, we always have an archaeologist on site, because we might be messing with some old stuff. So, but this was it. The farmhouse was still standing, but some of the outhouses had already fallen, going the wrong way. And just wanted to show you this fabulous picture, because in 1975 we had Danish architects coming to survey Tyrfingsstaðir, and from them we have a lot of great material that we just got from the National Museum, and drawings, sketches, plans that help us rebuild the houses. So this is in 1975, and this is last year, and this is the day before we rebuilt, and this is when it was ready, the house. And as I said, we're almost finished with Tyrfingsstaðir, and these are the houses today, missing one, which I haven't got a new picture of. One of the things that we are proudest of in Tyrfingsstaðir is the fact that it's a living farm, and all of the houses are taken into use. So when we finish, it's usually like that. When we finish, there's like a group of sheep waiting to move in, or hens that are, so it is a living farm. And they have sheep, they have horses, they have chickens, and it's open to the public. So you're all welcome to come and visit Tyrfingsstaðir. Just, maybe not disturb the animals or something, but you're all welcome to come and visit. The benefits, even if we didn't succeed with our original plans, the Fornverkaskóla project, we've pinpointed 3 benefits. It raises awareness and appreciation of traditional skills and knowledge, as well as the associated buildings. It offers courses on regular basis that have not been available before, and we have almost restored the old turf from Þjóðminjasafni, which would not have happened, or probably not have happened without those courses. So what's our next step? We're almost finished with Þjóðminjasafni. We need to look for a new venue. We're going to síðastliðinn tomorrow. We need to make teaching materials. We need that desperately. We need books. We need videos, and we are starting on a new strategy plan for Fornverkaskólans that will hopefully be finished this fall, if we're lucky. So on to my next project. 3 years ago, we got a grant from Minjastofnun, the Cultural Heritage Agency, to survey turf buildings in Skagafjörður. We've been talking about this for years, because we have so many turf houses, but we didn't know how many turf houses and what their condition was. So we talked to the Minjastofnun, we had lots of meetings, and we got a grant. It was a 2-year project, at least the field work was 2 years. First we made a list of a lot of houses. We visited over 70 sites, we called loads of people, and developed like a methodology to do this. And finally we ended up with 55 houses in very various states of conditions. I hope you can see this. So we grouped them into 3 híbýli, or dwellings, livestock houses, and other housing. I'll show you, as I said, we visited 70 sites, ended up with 55, and this is the reason. This was Okkur in 1994. When we arrived there, it was completely collapsed. We still gather information on the houses, but we don't include them as part of our standing houses survey. So, group them into 3. Dwellings are about 18%, livestock housing are the majority of the houses, 61%, and other houses are 21%. People's home, dwellings, people's home, people that lived in turf houses. We have 10 turf houses, or should I say parts of turf houses. There are no whole buildings left apart from, of course, Þjóðminjasafni. It's mostly fram house, those timber buildings that were a part of the turf building, and they usually, like in here, they had turfed gables, but most of them are gone today. Various states of, well, the condition varies widely. We have Þjóðminjasafni on top here. We have this fabulous house in Brimnes, 2 minutes, and we have one that is almost falling apart in Breiðargerði. Rúnar mentioned before that modernity hit us like a brick. In 1910, you can see the grey strands that show the houses that people, the turf buildings that people lived in. And the little red dots are the houses that are still standing. So yes, it hit us with a brick. Almost all of the houses are gone. Livestock housing, 61%. We have sheep sheds, stables, and cow sheds. Around 25% are still in use, and a lot of them have been repurposed, so that sheep shed becomes a horse stable, and so on. Other buildings, around 20%. These are actually some of the most great examples. As you can see up in the corner where they have a hut for the rounding up of sheep, when people sleep in when they go rounding up the sheep. A house that has been maintained by the owners for over 20 years. And just last minute, I want to say something about, so in 1987, Sigríður, then director of the museum, started to do her research on turf houses. And when we started our survey in 2021, or after the first year, we looked at the houses that C had listed and the houses that were still standing, and we saw that 62% were already gone. 5% were partially fallen, and 33% were still standing. That means, in a very simple way, that in 30 years we will have about 20 turf houses, or more likely 10 turf houses still standing in Skagafjörður if we don't do anything, and we need to act fast. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Bryndís. Now we will hear about the attitude towards turf buildings today from Sigríður Sigurðardóttir, Assistant Professor of Hólar University.
Góðan dag allir saman. Good to see you all. I'm very happy to see how many you are. My name is Sigríður Sigurðardóttir, and most people call me Siri. So I will start my speech. We still have, as Bryndís told you, we still have a few turf buildings left in the country. Among them are several large turf farms that belong to the collection of historical buildings in care of the National Museum of Iceland, and they are all preserved by the state. So, the old turf buildings are historical cultural relics and testify to the work and civilization of generations before us, and they truly are on decline. We need to list them up, as Bryndís already have told us, and consider them for restoration of, if there is any interest in preserving them or use them. And the more that they disappear, the more precious are those that remain. And as their numbers decrease, so does the people who know the construction techniques, the craftsmanship behind their maintenance and renovation. Those skills are based on expertise, so in order to maintain them, turf buildings have to be in place. And I want to tell you, because I work at Hólar University, this beautiful building is placed next to the main building of the university, so I take a good look at that building every time I go to Hólar. This is one of the buildings that belongs to the National Museum, called Nýjubær, a new farm. Good name. So, as a director of the Skagafjörður Heritage Museum for 3 decades, I know that interest in this heritage is increasing among tourists and among young Icelanders. Since the last decade of the 20th century, there have been discussions of what can be done to maintain the craftsmanship behind the turf heritage, and for the last 2 decades, I tried my best to contribute to that project. When I quit my job at the museum 5 years ago, I felt it was time to learn for sure what other people thought of this particular heritage and what they thought of keeping or using them. At the beginning of 20th century, from like 1900 up to 1940, there was a stiff propaganda against turf houses run by both political leaders and medical doctors, calling these houses unhealthy, indecent and disgusting. No matter what, the turf houses were much cheaper to live in because of how well insulated they were, and no matter what people thought of that new wooden and stone houses that are both cold and noisy, as they have been told in. The generation born in the period of 1910 up to 1960 grew up with a great aversion toward these houses. And until this century, turf houses often were spoken of with hostility and negative words, such as turf hut or junk hut. My grandfather and my grandmother lived in those type of house, and my father and my mother were children in these buildings, and I do not remember them talking about if they were bad or uncomfortable, and they thought more about warmth and happiness. Our youngest generation today know little or nothing about this type of houses and what it was like to live in them, and except narration of and explanation from their ancestors, and of course written sources and photographs. So in 2019 I started the turf house research, as I called it, and I continued in 2020. I was then, as I am still, assistant professor at the Department of Tourism in University of Hólar, and thinking of tourists' interest in Glaumbær. I wanted to know how they would evaluate the structure as a heritage and the importance of it. I got a good partners and supporters in staff members of the Skagafjörður Heritage Museum, the National Museum of Iceland, Icelandic Heritage Foundation, and the Icelandic Tourism Research Center. The study was partly quantitative and partly qualitative. In cooperation with the National Museum, I was able to ask open qualitative questions to the people that were their main sources. So the note the people got with the questionnaire from the National Museum was that by answering they were taking part in my study on public's attitude towards turf houses. They were told that the research was intended to reveal the place that turf houses have in everyday life of the nation, heritage protection, education and tourism, and whether Icelanders want to protect and use such houses in a different way than it was currently done and is. The questionnaire was published and promoted, especially in the media, and in a cultural historical database we called Sarpur, and young people were encouraged to answer it. I got 274 answers. From 152 women and 122 men. Most of them were over 60 years old. But the majority of respondents, 41%, were born in the period of 1951 to 1980. But 16% were born after 1981. A new sources from the National Museum. After receiving these 274 answers online, I turned my attention to the tourists who were visiting turf farm buildings open to the public. But first, I will give you insight of the results of the first phase. One of the questions was if we should preserve more turf houses, and if so, why? The answers were divided like this. One said, out of all these answers, one said not there is too much maintenance cost of them based on income potential. It was just one. Mm-hmm. One said that each municipality should have its own turf house as a teaching or exhibition house for the locals, for the tourists, for the young people. 18 said we should not increase the numbers but maintain well the ones we have. What they meant by that, we have, I think, the houses that belong to the National Museum that they knew and is taken care of. Other 18 said that there is always a question of quantity and quality. Answers like that is hard to explain, for sure. 17 said, to visit a turf house is a unique experience for both young Icelanders and visitors to the country. 102 said they didn't have any opinion or didn't answer this question at all. But 117 said we should protect all types of turf houses and other heritage sites as well as cultural landscape. 97 respondents to the question that what was the status of turf and rock construction knowledge, turf buildings that is. 29% of them, of these respondents, the red one, said important to keep the turf and rock construction knowledge. 19% were optimistic that the situation is not going to worse. It was already bad already. Some noted that they knew turf and rock construction courses were available and they hoped these courses would continue. You see the difference between age groups. On the top are individuals that didn't tell their age, then individuals born later than 1981. The youngest was born in 2002, then people born 1951 and older. Main results. I picked a few main results from the domestic study of what people thought about the turf buildings. Overall, people is not thinking the same, and because the questions were open, qualitative, and gave the respondents many possibilities to answer, they expressed their thoughts in different ways. But out of 274 answers, 155 said that utilization of turf houses is good as it is, but can be improved and so can accessibility. 131 said that turf houses have a lot of attraction for tourists, or they thought so. 117 said that we should protect all types of turf houses, and 110 said turf houses can be used in various ways. 110 said that cost of maintenance and conservation should be mixed between private and public entities, and 87 said that turf houses have first and foremost ethnic cultural value for the nation, for the people of Iceland. Like that, I could divide our group responses into the themes or categories, but this was the main results. So now I turn to the second phase of the study to ask the visitors of the turf buildings. As in Glömberg, that belongs to the collection of, or belongs to the National Museum. The Skagafjörður Heritage Museum has been given permission to put some household items and artifacts related to farming on display in this building in Glömberg. And these exhibitions, like that, shed light on the life of the way of life of people who lived in such houses, and to walk around and into old turf houses and take a look at turf farm exhibitions. It's a good way to get an insight into the architectural heritage and everyday life of people in earlier centuries. Examples of those farm exhibitions, exhibitions in buildings for turf farms, are in Keldur, where the National Museum has an exhibition, Grenjaðarstaður, where the District Cultural Center for Söður Þingeyingar has an exhibition, Laufás, where the Akureyri Museum has an exhibition, and of course the same as I mentioned in Glömberg. I visited all these turf farms houses except in Glömberg, where the staff members asked the questions for me. A total of 364 visitors from 26 countries were asked to answer questions about this visit and evaluate the importance of the buildings and rate the heritage value of them, rate the educational value and the attraction value, and they had to give me a number on the scale of 1 to 10, or 0 to 10. I also asked them to describe in 2 or 3 words what came to mind after their visit and how the turf houses had impacted them. The age groups of these participants were a little bit simpler, as I divided them into 3 groups: younger than 30 years old, between 31 and 60, and older than 60. And I also divided them by where they came from, if they were domestic or foreigners. And I wanted to see the difference between age groups, but here I put them in this, I put them all together to simplify the result. And their reaction to the heritage value. I also divided them domestic and foreign visitors. The Icelanders value turf buildings higher as a heritage value than the foreigners did. 81% of Icelanders gave 9 and 10 for heritage value, but 51% of the foreigner. In my mind, after this study, it's clear that the Icelanders are in favor of maintaining and utilizing turf buildings as other vernacular buildings, both for the future and for tourism. The question is whether it's possible to harness this interest to save them and renovate them, the building, meaning. If we take a closer look at how age-related evaluation of the heritage value of turf houses is, you see that the youngest people rate the value highest. 31% give them 10 on the scale, the same scale. And the words that I got from they described the influence of the visit. They are a little bit different from place to place, and heritage was more used in Nýjabær at Hólar and Laufás in Eyjafjörður than in other places, and historic, the blue, was more used in Glaumbær and Nýjabær than the rest of the buildings. So I got answers from a total of 638 participants, but not all of them answered everything. The uncertainty is that I'll never know if unresponsiveness to questions was because of lack of interest or because of something else. Of the 274 domestic participants, 68% did not comment on the value of turf buildings. 43% did not say anything about the thinking of what they thought of the current use of it. All over the world, people are interested to see old houses, and turf buildings are symbolic Icelandic architectural heritage. I know that both domestic and foreign tourists go a long way to see them. Access to them can be improved, and attention should be paid to more models than we have today open for public. I believe that if there were more number of turf buildings it would certainly benefit the craftsmanship as well as heritage preservation.
So it's a very interesting lecture and very interesting findings. Next is Bjarki Víum, who is going to tell us about the Building Preservation Center.
Hello everyone, my name is Bjarki Víum. I'll be talking about the Building Preservation Center. I'm a carpenter and I've been working in old buildings for the past years. I'm also an enthusiast about the built heritage, and now officially I'm an architect student here in Iceland. So, let's see. Yes, I want to like talk to it in 3 parts. So first I'm gonna give a small introduction on what the Building Preservation Center is, where I work part-time. And then what do we get asked there, and how do we give advices there. And then lastly, because this is, I'll talk about the turf houses, I wanted to talk about certain dilemmas of giving advice on turf. And I put stone houses as well, because I like stone houses, and sometimes there's like a vague, sometimes they are stone houses, but they have a little bit turf, so you can consider them as stone houses as well. So, yes, so it's founded in 2007 and operated by the Cultural Heritage Agency of Iceland and the Reykjavik City Museum, and is an educational center. The purpose of it is to advise homeowners, craftsmen, architects, students, and just all those interested in both architectural history and house preservation. We can also give like information on funds that you can apply for. But I have to say that we're not architects, so we're not gonna draw for your buildings and so on, but we're advisors. So it's like it's a place you can, for the public to come and ask questions. Otherwise you would have to go to a specialist and pay a lot of money, so it's free service. So I think it's pretty good to get. I have gone there a lot before I started working there. So we have, let's see, we can have technical specifications, and we can say like what is considered correct and so on. And we have some books, we have colors to choose from, and we have samples as well of things like, let's see, doorknobs, lights, and more. That is at least what we have. So we have, you can call us, you can email us, and then you can just come and visit. That's very nice to get people to come to us and ask questions, but it's only open once a week. And there's me, and there's Magnus, 2 of us there. So, I've been going over we have like an archive from the beginning, and I've been going over them all. There's like documentations of what is asked and how it's answered. And I think it's very nice, and it's like a lot of lists. So it's when she asked me, it was much more than I could handle to see, but it was very interesting to like go quickly over it to see what is inside, what has been asked, and so on. And I think this one, it was just I think last week, where somebody came and asked, how can I tear down my old building, which is protected? What is the fastest and quickest way? And I thought it was quite interesting. I mean, you're here in the Building Preservation Center. It's not like, it was interesting. And we got asked questions like, there was 2 times there's been a movie set for big movies, and they asked, because somebody came after when the movie, the first movie they had premiered, and some people said, the building is not authentic. So they came to us and asked, like, how can I make the frame of the building authentic, so it looks like it's from a certain period? And we get asked, like, also, I mean, newer buildings from the 70s, we get asked, how can I maintain my teak and so on. So it's like very range, the range is very big, and I think it's very nice. And also what I have to say, because you have to have like a strategy to answer these questions, because there's so many of them, but it's actually very exciting to come to work, because you don't know what they're going to ask you. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about my strategy and how I answered them, because I know Magnus is just full of knowledge, and I am not as knowledgeful and wise as him. So my approach is that because I thought, how can I be as knowledgeable as they are, these old men that used to dominate this field. So I try to use statistics. So I collect data on like doors, windows, and so on, and I see there's curves and when they are most often used, and and also just, I mean, colors and materials and so on. This is a limited place to dig in, so I think it will never end. And then just collecting photos and documenting them, and then to give examples to the public when they come and ask. I can show them that the other day somebody asked about like fire, to put like fire stairs on a building, and I went to the buildings to see examples, how it's been done, and then I sent them how it was done and so on. And so I think it's very interesting, and also when you're asked, you can go and dig into it and try to answer these questions. But what I said, it's just advices, and so I think it's interesting. And also I like doing experiments and how to understand like this with the splitting of the rock. So lastly, I wanted to talk, because we were talking about the turf, and I saw that when I go very fast, I see that there's very limited when people come and ask about the turf, and usually it's just they're asking about the turf, but it's not like specific details about it, but it's more like, how can I build a turf house? So it's very vague, and in the documents I see the answers are very small, so I think it's hard to say something from it. So I've been thinking about this, why they aren't coming into us, and I see there are, I mean, in my home area there are turf houses like this, and more of them. And I put here like, are they just, all of them just ruins, or are they just perceived to be ruins? I think it's, yeah, there are many things I think interesting about it. Let's see. And then I wanted to talk about certain dilemmas I think about the turf houses. Because I think they don't follow the rules. I mean, these, I can use statistics, I can see like, okay, this is the doors, and there's like this windows, and this kind of doorknobs, this lights, and so on. I can see it in the stone buildings and the wooden buildings. They're like strong, like, I mean, there are always exceptions to it, but still I can like be certain that I'm giving, at least from the 90% maybe perspective. But I think about the turf houses that they are so localized, and I see that it's hard to make it like a general answer for them. Like if somebody asks, how can I fix my turf house? And I don't know like the location of it, what is there, and so on. I think it's pretty hard to get answers, general answers. And also there are so many techniques around the country. So I think that we know so little. I mean, there are areas like this where they're like the mecca of the turf house. They know much more than the other ones. But I feel like what I see here is not what I have in my home area, which is not similar in Reykjanes. It's not similar to this. So I think it would always have to be case by case. And I think if somebody walks in, the public comes in and asks me a question about this, and I think you always have to dig into it. So I think it's hard to give quick answers at least. And one of the things why I say this, I think it's important, is that just in my home area of Reykjanes, there's like the geology controls a lot how the buildings are made. And you can see in this yellow area here, I have gone from houses to houses, like ruins to ruins to ruins. They all have split rock. You don't see them in other areas. And why I'm saying this is that there was a rebuilt in this I call stackable lava rock, which is which is this. It's very good. It's like brick. You can just stack them up, and they used a lot in the late 19th century. Used lime mortar. But then there was a rebuild of a building there, and when it was rebuilt, they didn't look at the location. They used this kind of rounded, not lava rock, but rounded rock to rebuild it. And I'm not saying it wasn't badly made, but they didn't look at the tradition of the exactly area. And I think there are more cases of this where they use different techniques. And you see, this is in my area, this is always this rock there, split rock. And then lastly, I think what I find interesting is is this talk about should we use modern material in the restoration, or should I give advices to the public on this? I mean, I always see there's a debate on using these kind of like plastic membrane or not, and I think should they always? I feel sometimes that we have this idea that they always have to be very ancient. I mean, there are a lot of these turf houses of early 20th century or late 19th century that have materials like, I mean, the corrugated iron came in the late 19th century. And in my home area, they are in all of these kind of turf buildings, even the, most of them, I mean, they've fallen down and so on. But giving advice, should they all not have these materials? I mean, so I think it's interesting that maybe there should be like a guideline or something, but it's maybe difficult between areas. So I think it's interesting, and also I think I said that should they all be museum objects. What I mean about this is that it should be probably in Glömbar and these places more like strict on these using very, you could say, traditionalized. What I mean is that like older techniques maybe, but the public doesn't want their roof to leak maybe. So I think it's there should be a talk on this, like maybe decisions on what should be correct. I mean, to be used. So yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bjarki. Really great work you're doing at the building preservation, and it's very important for people to know where to be able to go and without having to pay a lot of money to get some advice. So that's great. I just wanted to, now it's time for 10 minutes of questions and discussions. So if Bjarki and Sirri and Bryndís would like to come up here. So does anyone have questions you'd like to ask about the past 3 lectures?
Yes, I wanted to ask Bryndís about Fornverkaskólans and the seminars you're holding. Is it all like, do they have to be students, or do you have like open seminars for the public?
Maybe you'd like to repeat the question.
Yeah. Okay. So you're asking about if they need you have to be a student or a professional or something, but all our courses are open. Well, if we're getting a special grant for a special course, like with the European Union project, they're not open, but most of our courses are open to everyone. And just as a comment, most of the people we get are actually just normal people. No, I mean, you know, people that are not students, that are not professionals, that are, you know, just people that are interested in heritage in general. So you're all welcome to come.
Maybe I have one question for, oh sorry, Augusta.
Yeah, I have many questions. Thank you. It was so interesting. Bryndís, maybe I would start off with one question for you. At Livingston, where the animals have been able to roam free in the newly built or reconstructed houses, can you tell us anything about the influence the habitation of the animals in the houses has on the structures themselves? If they are they better off with animals inside or worse?
I think this might be a joy-in question for me and Siri.
Absolutely.
I think that in general, you could say that the houses are better off if they're used.
Yeah.
They have the warmth,
Yes.
and also they just, you know, they're open. They have
Also the attention of the inhabitants, not just the animals.
yeah,
The people who are working with them.
and maintaining the houses.
Maintaining the houses. And so yes, but that's not the warmth just, but to have it open and taken care of.
Airflow going through.
Both animals
are-
and the buildings.
Yes, and also the owner will notice that if something is, you know,
contemplate.
going back and they fix it.
Could I then ask you to do something for us? Could you write a scientific paper on this?
Well, that would be hard because you have to have then at least a decade in front of you to take,
What is, I think, it was in my slides, but I really had to hurry up in the beginning. What we need is research. We need research on turf. There are researchers from other countries. People are, for example, in Scotland studying turf, but in Iceland we need research. Maybe this is something that we should be doing here. For example, in Tyrside, where we're using those houses. I'm not sure, but we need research, and all of you just go out and research turf. Guðný?
Well, I was actually going to mention research. I think that's really where we're lacking, and it's really lacking. This is a comment, not like a question, really. Because it's sort of like we've been working a lot with people from abroad. They have no reference for what's going on here, and we obviously don't have the reference as well.
No. We're actually trying to write a report, write an article, and we don't have anyone to reference to, so we need reference.
Yeah, that's what we got it back in our face.
Yeah, we need research.
There are no proper articles to reference for an article in a scientific journal. So this is actually something we really need.
And I do think that we also need this this research for the future. So as we're talking sustainability, sustainable materials, I also think we need to know more about the qualities of turf.
Just to add to this, because I've been reading most of the sources from the National Museum about turf, and there is a lot of things there to take notice of, and their experience of the generations before us, it is there, but how can we turn it into something scientific? I don't know, because everyone is telling their own story, and everyone is telling how they react to these buildings and how they have survived in them and how the buildings are reacting to, like, household or livestock or anything, how they about what they are used for. But we have never put it into something like
published.
No, and no files. It just is there, waiting for somebody to open it up and do something. The experience is all there in words written.
I just want to add, I think it's interesting because we are not even doing research on how modern buildings are. We have completely stopped doing that, so I think it's interesting that if we would start with these kind of old buildings and we're not doing it with the modern ones.
Maybe the weakness is we're always collecting information, not working out from them.
Isn't it also, the type of information that you're collecting? It's
Also that.
one thing to have, like written statements from people who live there, but then there's like technical research that can be done, and there's just so much to be done there.
Definitely.
From like an engineering point of view, almost.
Yeah. And also I want to add on that is because I feel like with old houses that most of the time it's just we have to trust that our master builders, that what they have done is that they have made sure to look at that their knowledge over time has they've gathered the information, and then it's correct what they have been gathering, and that's the only thing we have to use. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, maybe a question to the athlete perhaps. Again, burning for all notes. Something in connection with the research. Can I wait for a while, or can you hear me? So I read an article, I think 10 years old, about the NIBA, new third building in Holder, which was sort of minor research connected to the passive house standard, which is a German Austrian standard. And they were looking specifically at turf as an insulation material. And they had done some research there, but it was sort of I think most of the research was done in Austria on all buildings there. But I wonder, as you mentioned correctly, that we hardly do any research on modern buildings, but we do have, maybe from master buildings, some kind of data on maintenance. Do you think we can deduce something from them about how these buildings last in terms of how they are maintained, and therefore how they, for example, work for insulation, for sound insulation, or energy insulation?
I think it would be very nice to have this data to look. I would be like if somebody would have collected it, it would be, I think, very nice. But I think one of the things why I was talking about like the corrugated iron is that sometimes I get interesting is that somebody tells me that it's gonna ruin if you use these kind of materials. But I mean, there's a house back home that's built in the 1920s and it has corrugated iron. It's a turf house. It's still standing. I mean, it's a small hut, but still it's standing. And so I don't think it's like black and white. It's like you go this way or that way. So I think there's and also I quite like these kind of periods where things are changing. I think they're one of my favorite periods. I don't like necessarily they have to be like ancient or new. I think these, so this is just an interest of mine. So I think, yeah, that's why I want to keep that heritage as well. So yeah.
There's actually a section on that in our turf house survey report. So.
Yes, question from?
For Bjarki, and the open question at the end there with the materials that you're talking about now. You said that people usually don't want leaky houses, leaky roofs, and is that something caused by a lack of knowledge about how to do it correctly, or is it a characteristic of the building method before you had corrugated steel and other building materials?
I'm just saying that we don't have the research to show that what is it the correct way or not. But I'm saying that if we would want it not be leaking, maybe somebody would want to use this. Why I'm saying this is that it's the public, it's not the museums. Maybe they want to have, I mean, these kind of things. We do it in the stone houses, we do it in the wooden houses. Why are they not authentic? We have 19th century buildings that I'm not saying that they use these kind of like under the roof things to protect that they don't leak. And I'm just saying, why would this category be more like outside the rest of the buildings? That's what I mean. I'm not saying that I'm not selling the plastic or whatever material. It could be asphalt or whatever. I'm just saying that why should I feel sometimes that turf houses, they are like the idea, at least sometimes I get when I'm talking to other people, is that it's like something ancient that it cannot, the 20th century version of it is like not real turf house when it has these kind of things inside of it, which is correctly, I mean historically correct if you look at that period like 19th century or early 20th century, at least from my point of view.
Can we add to this?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So as I showed you before, we've been rebuilding turf houses in Týringsstaðir since 2007, and we never use any new materials. And it's generally considered best practice not to use the same materials as the building was built from before. We don't have any, especially many problems with leaky roofs. You just have to make a good roof, and you have to maintain the roof. So that means cutting grass and whatever. So
the simple answer to this is if everything is all right and there's no lack of knowledge of how to maintain the roof, there is no leak.
But I want to add one thing to it. This Tyrfingsstaðir, the house of the building has corrugated iron underneath.
Yes, because it's from the 1960s.
Yeah, it's still. I mean,
but we don't put the corrugated irons on the buildings
No,
that
no,
were
no.
built in 1800s.
No, I'm just saying why this period is not as important as the older periods. That's what I mean about this. It's just I want this period has to be protected as well. So I think not always just to take everything out of it and make it like very old. That's what I mean about this. If you get.
But yeah, but that is actually the best practice that we are. The method
Yeah,
we're working after that. We do take the
course.
house like it was when
Yeah,
we
yeah,
came there. So I think most of the people are doing that in a sense. So.
Well, thank you very much. It's time for lunch. We have a traditional Icelandic lunch. Most people have been able to grab some soup, so we'll just, the program has to go on, so just feel free to keep on eating while we are listening to the next segment in the program. And now we will learn about turf in vernacular architecture from Roald, sorry, how do you pronounce your Reynmalmo, assistant professor at the Department of Architecture and Technology at Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Roald Reynmalmo, as was said, and I teach mainly log building and material production with our students at the bachelor program of traditional building crafts in Trondheim. My colleague will present some more of this after me. When you think about turf walls in Norway, most people would think about these Sami Gamme constructions. It is a wooden construction with birch bark and turf. This is a picture from Varanger in Finnmark from 1897. But it seems like this building type and the use of turf was not only a Sami phenomenon. You know this grave chamber from Bogstad? It's dated from the year 890. It's the oldest preserved turf building in the world, I think. It's only the wooden construction preserved now, but when it was found, it was covered with birch bark and turf. And it was not that many people in Iceland in that time, year 890. But there was some. I was lucky to do my first job project after finishing university. 30 years ago, I met this old traditional Sami craftsman. This is Per Bertil Simma, with his family's gamme that was built in 1939. And here is also Guttorm Marakat. He was, in this picture, he was 83 years old, and he was, along with the carpenters and craftsmen that built this gamme before the Second World War. And he was still strong when we get him to join us in our work, where we built this gamme based on this original one, and we tried to learn as much as possible from the work that Guttorm could teach us. We did this just by this original one, instead of restoring an old building that we would have to change all of the original wood, all of the turf. We let the old one stand and made a new one with the old carpenters along with us. This is a Sami site for nomadical reindeer farming, and there are several buildings covered with turf. And then this is a storehouse which was covered with. It's made of birch wood, and it's covered with birch bark and turf. This is a goat shed from the same period, and it was covered with turf without birch bark. But the turf directly on the wood. From similar areas where they were farmers with cows and sheep, they could use buildings like this. This is as a cow shed from Kåfjord in Troms, not far from where I live. It's about close to Tromsø, 400 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle in northern Norway. When you start to make the traditional Sami gamme construction, you start in the forest and cut the birch with the right crook. And you need 4 similar crooked birches in the main construction. And you cover all this with round birch stems. And you collect turf. Different kinds of turf are used, and I'm certain that we will see a lot of different kinds of turfs also here in Iceland. This is my first time in Iceland, so I'm not familiar with the turf qualities you use, but I'm pretty familiar with the Norwegian ones. And then we build the wood construction on a base of stones, and you use birch bark, as you see here, and cover the birch bark before you lay the turf. You see here the upper turfs are just for keeping the birch bark in place while we work. And you see how the wall is flat. The turf here are taken from the edge of a swamp at the same spot where they took the turf in 1939. And this is a photo from the autumn in 1993. The same spot in 1994 in the spring when it's more green grass. I have another example a bit further north. It's Vardø. It's the most eastern part of Norway in the north, not very close to Russia. Here we have a military house that was built around 1850 or maybe before. It is a gamme. It was 2 gamme buildings that was built in a small island where they collected berries and eggs from birds. During the restoration, most of the wooden structure had to be replaced. It was very damaged. And the turf was taken in the same place where they had been taken I think in the 1800s. And you can see the birch bark is nailed to the walls the same way as the original building had. And it's a detail that we found in to stabilize the turf. We throw pegs, wooden pegs, long pegs like this, down into the turf to keep them stable. And here we didn't have any living person to tell us how to do it. We have to see what we found in the original building and make as good as we could. And the principle is that the walls are thicker in the bottom and gets thinner longer up. I haven't seen too much birch here in Iceland, but I don't think they get that big like this. But This is a very common practice in the summer in my area. We harvest birch bark around midsummer, and we can harvest 1 ton, 2 tons, or 3 tons. And you use about 8 kilos of birch bark for 1 square meter of roof birch bark. This is from a documentation project where you have this old craftsman teaching, and I filmed them and took photos of how it does that. And also the transportation from the woods are done traditional way. Birch bark are also a very important part of making pine tar. When you collect pine wood to distill pine tar, you cover the bottom of the tar pit with birch bark, like here. And several kinds of turf are used to cover this tar. You see, these turf are flexible and without sand, and used on the roof of the tar kiln. And it's blueberries growing in that area, and you don't want sand to come into the tar when you produce. And there are still quite some knowledge about how the different qualities of turf have to be for tar production. But most of the people who know a lot of this, they're starting to get very old. There has been some research on turf roofs, especially. You cannot find one single local museum in Norway without some turf roofs, most of them with plastic. But a few years ago we started to use birch bark again. And here is a dissertation about the flora, the plant that was used on, that you can observe on old turf roofs. There are some quite interesting books. This thesis about the flora was from 1933, and he researched 80 turf roofs in the northwestern part of Norway, and did the mapping of the different species of plants survived on the roof. And he also interviewed people about where did they take the turf when they touched the roof, and what was the vegetation in this place compared to the vegetation on the roof after 60 years, 80 years. How does this turf and vegetation develop? Very interesting, but not many have done some similar after. And he also described how it was done up in the old time. And this is a gold mine of knowledge, but very few have read. I started to do my own research. This is from 1997. It's a boathouse with my area, Russenes in Balsfjord. I started to uncover the roof and see how it was done with the turf and the birch bark and all the construction. And I made this formula. When I documented the roof, I used a standard formula, so I didn't miss any important information. And I also shared this standard formula with different people, that if they promised to send me a copy of their data. My main focus has been on the birch bark, but also the turf has been described. I've done research in several different areas. In Nord-Østerdalen, close to Røros, I did some research of many roofs in 2002. And this is a basis for the practice in turf roofs in the Røros area nowadays, to use the local tradition. It's a typical boathouse in Troms, with log-built gables and stave built walls. And when I do this documentation, I documentate the construction and the building, and also the vegetation on the roof. What kind of plants seems to survive in this environment. Usually a turf roof for roofs are cut at fields similar to this, where the grass are not too high and it's a relative thin layer of 5 to 6 centimeters of turfs on a sand bottom. We cut square pieces of 40 by 40 centimeters, and we use 2 layers of turf on the roof, in general. But again, there's a lot of different traditions around in Norway, different places. The traditional transporting and handling of the turf seems to be based on that the pieces are solid and not too large. Here they're using a pole to send the turf onto the roof. It's a very effective method, but we need solid turf to do so. Can we find the system in the chaos? What did I think? The craftsmen who put the birch bark and the turf on the roof? It's not always easy, but sometimes we find some systems. Here they have used a combination of local birch bark and Russian birch bark, where they try to get most out of these different qualities. I shall not go very deep into that, but they have been thinking, the craftsmen before us. And we can sometimes understand what they have been thinking. It has been very common in most of Norway to cover the turf on the roof with other roofing materials. Also Belgian brick in the later years, and that has saved a lot of houses and a lot of interesting birch bark roofs that has been preserved for 150 years thanks to this new covering metal. Here is a roof that was covered with slates with wild shapes. I don't know the English word, but you use the slates with the shape they have, and you just arrange the system to get the roof not to leak. And the turf underneath has been covered the same year as the roof was made, about 1880, 1890. And it is being used very thin turf with sand, gravel and clay. It's a very thick layer of birch bark, and you have different ways of thinking of how the birch bark is, why the birch bark is used. And here I think it's mostly for insulation on this roof, but most of the roofs I think it's used for covering the wood from the water leaking through the turf. In the log ends on the gable, it was covered with moss to stop the wind. You can see on this picture, moss is on the gable ends. Very thick layers of birch bark. In another old house, Skomakerstuen in Dovre, it's a poor man's house. It's a shoemaker. You see the grass on top, and when we cut down the soil, it was 30 centimeters layers of what you call silt in English and Norwegian. Very fine grains and sand. And on top of the birch bark, they have used clay, quite fine clay, and probably to protect the birch bark from deterioration, because turf are very harsh on birch bark and can cause leaks. Underneath the birch bark, it was covered with moss. And there is only one single layer of birch bark on the other roof in the same area in Norway. It was 10 to 12 layers of birch bark. And it was done in the same period. We try to collect samples of the soil and vegetation when we can. And when we see a roof in a house that will be demolished, we try to save some information. Here we did a very interesting project in Kolven in Lemmersjøen. This is a very typical Norwegian log building. It's a cow shed with this kind of interior. We had a gathering with a lot of local craftsmen. We tried to analyze how it was done and the quality of the turf and the birch bark. And we could see that in the gable ends on the roof it was a different kind of turf than in the middle of the roof. And we tried to do some research in the area because we did think that most of the turf was locally harvested. And tried different places and to find different qualities. And we found some turf that were very similar to what we found on the old roof. Here you see this grass turf on the middle of the roof and this more sod-like turf on the gable ends. And on one side of the roof it was laid on the edge. And on the other side of the roof it was laid over each other. I'm certain you have some similar ways of laying turf in Iceland. Yeah, it was basically the things I wanted to show you. It's not covering all of the turf buildings in Norway, but you have a picture of the different kind of turf buildings. Most of the turf in the Norwegian buildings are turf roofs with birch bark, and we started about 25-30 years ago to rebuild the knowledge about how to use birch bark instead of the plastic and all other alternative modern materials. And we have done some experiences with leaking roofs. I myself have, I think I have laid 50-60 roofs, and I have 2 roofs that have leaked, and I have tried to understand what's happened. Yeah, it is very important that you learn from these mistakes, and you have to do them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rolf. It was really, really interesting. I think many of us are very curious to even learn more. Definitely going to ask you some more questions later on. Next on, also from the Department of Architecture and Technology at NTNU is Torfarfurinn, assistant professor who will tell us about traditional building craft bachelor artisan education at university level.
Okay, thank you. As she said, my name is Tor Åge, and I'm a joiner. I teach joinery mostly, and then I kind of lead the study program. Thank you for inviting us to Iceland. It was nice to come here. I would also like to introduce the students. Perhaps you could stand up so that everybody can see you. So this is the group of students that we now teach. Yeah. And one of them I suppose you know. Yes, we are located in Trondheim, in the middle of Norway, but we have the whole of Norway as our work area. It's a part-time bachelor program. We have a 75% workload, so they spend 4 years instead of the normal 3. We have at the moment around 14 students, about 20 graduated last year. And we usually admit every 4 years, but we're trying now to set up the pace, so we're admitting every 2nd year. So hopefully we'll admit new students next autumn. We are also currently working with trying to make run through a bachelor and a master's and hopefully also a PhD. But we are not we haven't succeeded with that yet, but we're working on it. So hopefully it will be possible to graduate with a PhD from our program. The whole idea and goal for us is to train already trained craftsmen and women so that they can be even better at doing their crafts when they have spent the 4 years at us. So we do a lot of practical training, and the intention is that when the students are finished, they should really have the know-how of how to actually do both new buildings and restoration work. There is always one thing to have a certain process demonstrated, but it's a whole different ball game to actually do it yourself. And we hopefully the students will be able to do it themselves when they finish at our program. Of course, to be able to do it yourself, it demands a lot of training. So we are always building stuff instead of sitting at our desks. We usually build new buildings in new materials, and that is because we want the students to have as much training as possible, and they should also learn the building as a whole complex and not just the details that needs to be fixed when you're restoring a building. So in that way we hope to make better craftspeople to restore buildings later on by using the new buildings. We are actually backed by 3 ministries for a very small study program that's quite unique. But they recognized a great need for skilled craftsmen and women, and that is why they are backing us directly with money. All our teaching relates to the period that is prior the machine production, so everything is done by hand and with hand tools. Each year has a main topic, and all the teaching that year relates to that topic. The first year we are doing log building. We've just done that year now. And in addition to log building, we also teach the handling of timber. We start in the forest, cutting the trees down using axes, saws. We split the logs, we split boards from the logs. We also use the pit saw, if anyone knows a pit saw, to split even finer boards. And that is also important to us, that the students are connected to the process from the tree and the wood and to the finished building. The second year, which I have just started, is the frame building year. In Norway we have many different systems that are connected both closely but also distantly. And each part of Norway have their own way of making a frame building. And it's important that the students can recognize the different variations around Norway. And hopefully they will specialize in their own traditions from where they work and come from. We work closely with local forest owners and sawmillers so that we can go in their forest and harvest the trees that we need. The third year is the joinery year. That's my year, the best year ever. And we relate also the joinery to the buildings that we make. So we make floors and windows, doors, roof boards. It's the outside boards for a building. We also make the molding surrounding doors and windows and ceilings and stuff. And of course, making all the tools is very important to us and to teach. So in Norway, the tradition was that the craftsmen and women made the tools themselves. So we try to pass that on. The fourth year is the year they do their bachelor thesis. And they also have a semester with condition analysis and making restoration plans. Of course, good plans are very important to make a good restoration, and we try to set make the students understand the connection between the local traditions and the international valid charters. So we try to see the whole perspective. But of course, it's very important to know the local building traditions, we think. So the bachelor thesis consists of 3 parts. The biggest part is the practical examination or the practical work. That counts for 50% of the whole task. After that they have to make a written report or something, which counts for about 30%. And then finally they have to present the work they have done for a live audience, and that counts for 20%. So we emphasize on the actual practical work. So we want the students to build something or do something practical that they can demonstrate later on. I've already said that performance or performing the craft is vital. And to do that, we have a set of learning sites around Norway that we worked closely together with. And the students have each year 10 weeks of practice at each of these learning sites. So each student get connected to one learning site and stay there for the full 10 weeks. And this is because, first of all, they need the training, and then they need to investigate the local both craft traditions and building traditions. So it's a kind of specialization and also a training program. So then they get to, when we teach, they only get to get a feel for it, but here at the learning sites they get the continuing work over several weeks. So, yeah. A typical learning site could be an open-air museum, or perhaps the local county can also arrange this for the students. And as you see here, the university is kind of the nave, and we have the learning sites connected to us on the outside. And even the learning sites can work together with smaller organizations outside themselves. Everything is tuned in to make the best outcome for the student. How am I doing on time?
You could.
Good. Yeah.
Almost 10 minutes.
Oh, great. I'm rushing through it, and I have plenty of time. Okay, so how do we research? As Roald mentioned, and I think others have mentioned it too, all the people that knew how the craft was done 200 years ago are of course gone. And they were poor at writing down what they actually did. There are lots of writings on how the building looks or appears, but when you are supposed to put the parts together, there's nothing written about that. So what kind of sources can we use to regain the information that we need in order to do proper restoration? So I'll try to give a couple of examples here. I'm sorry that it might be difficult for you at the back to see, but this is Joiner Guild's chest, which is at the University Museum in Trondheim. This was made in 1745 and is made by a very known architect and joiner, carpenter in Trondheim. On this chest he has made a lot of inlays that depicts a workshop tool set, and we must assume that this tool set is something that he knew from the time he was working. And we must also assume that this was kind of a mandatory set for a proper workshop. The inlays are detailed to such a degree that on all the planes you can actually see the profiles, and I should make you aware of that this in real life are approximately 5 millimeters high. So the details are incredible on this chest. But can we use this? as a source. So when we measure the planes depicted, we find that with help from calculation that the sizes match the Norwegian inch. So that's one clue. If you can look at this altarpiece, this is made by this joiner, or at least his workshop. And when we draw off the main molding at the top, the dark one up there, we can actually test the dimensions of the profiles, the planes, and see that they fit the actual profile on the altarpiece. So the calculations on the planes that we did, the theoretical calculation, it actually fits the molding of the profile. Then I think it becomes a valid source. The tools he has depicted on his chest are not just fiction, it's fact. And then, of course, we can easily replicate the molding as the light one you see here to study also the work process. So this is how we work. We try to find a tool or an object, and we try to study it, and we try to make a replica to get underneath what lives inside this object. And that is what we actually teach. And this is what we try to get the students to do when they do their bachelor's thesis. We've also done a lot of research on the state churches, and I need to say that we try to tune the research seen from a craftsman's point of view. That means that we have to go out and analyze the wood, for instance, used in a state church, try to find matching wood, and we try to find the tool marks and replicate the tool marks. And to do that, we have collaborated with, there's a blacksmith, the one with the gray shirt here, and we have on one occasion documented all the archaeological excavated access that is in the University Museum. Made copies of it, the blacksmiths have made copies, and we have used the access for making copies of parts in a state church. And that way we also connect ourselves to other crafts that kind of is needed to make a state church or a building. We also done a lot on nails combined with the wood in state churches. And we have also done a lot on the work processes. Here is one student who has just split a log. I think he is actually making the wall boards for a church. But there are lots still to be done here, and I think the potential for getting new information seen from the craftsman or women's point of view is very big, and I think it's something we should pursue. It's become very popular in the university to address everything that we do to sustainability. And when I first got the question, I thought, oh my God, we haven't even spoken about that. What is my reply? So I started thinking, what are we actually doing? Everything we do is low tech, it's simple, and it's transparent, and it's made locally. In that way, it's actually a cheap process, but it's difficult to compete with how we measure profit today, I think. But if we don't mind getting dirty and sweaty and tired, then the old ways work perfectly well. So I'm not sure we can read this, but when we for instance, go out in the forest and pick a tree, we pick only the trees that we need. That means that we don't destroy the natural habitat for animals, we don't destroy the vegetation, and we leave the trees that still has a potential to become good materials. yeah, and often we leave in the forest what we don't need, so it's food for insects and habitats for insects and fungi and so on. The tools that we use are made to last for generations. They can be made just using iron and heat and hammer and an anvil. That's all you need, and it can be made locally. And it's a simple work process, really. When you don't need the axe anymore, you can tell the blacksmith to reforge it into something else, so you can reuse it. So, manual labor, that's very low tech. All you need is actually to show up and be motivated. And because the processes are simple, it's easy to let everybody do their part. So here's actually my son splitting a log when he's 6. And yeah, I can do something else while he does that. So, and if I can convince him, then he can clean up all the small pieces afterwards. But the point here is that a work site doing done the traditional way is very easy to have control of. There's not lots of heavy machinery and cranes swinging here and there, and it's quite simple and yeah, transparent. And most importantly, it's the worker who sets the pace and not the machine. So I think it's quite a safe way to work. Okay, then I'm finished.
Thank you, Tor Age. It's a very impressive program we have at NTNU. We might get some new students after this day. Now, joining us from Scotland is Tom Morton from Earth Building UK and Ireland, who will tell us about Scottish earth traditions.
Hello from Scotland. I wish I could be there in person.
Can everybody hear him?
Friends, but I thought what I'm going to try and do is just rattle through everything I think that will be of interest to you from Iceland and Norway about what has been going on in Scotland, and I'm going to go through quite a few different projects, and then we can maybe pick up with some questions at the end. My name's Tom Morton. I lead an architectural practice called ARC, but I'm also a project officer with our charity Earth Building UK and Ireland, and the work I'm presenting is also that of my colleague Becky Little from Redmond.
Sorry, Tom, just fixing the acoustics.
So, I'm sure you're all aware, but this is where Scotland is, and I'm also going to briefly talk about Ireland. So, it's this island, northwest fringe of Europe, placed between Scandinavia and Iceland. And I'm going to talk about 3 things: survivors, skill, and sustainability. When we look back at the images we have of turf building in Scotland, they're of remote places and low status buildings, but it belies the fact that turf was really a primary Scottish construction material, really from the Neolithic right through until 150 to 250 years ago. But sorry, I'm gonna. But we lost that heritage with the end of the vernacular era, and practically all of our turf buildings have disappeared. And even in an archaeological context, it is difficult to understand the diversity and the extent of that heritage. So I'm going to present the 5 turf building elements that survive in Scotland to our knowledge. And this is in the far northwest, the Isle of Lewis. So this is, as far as I know, the only turf building in Scotland that survives as authentic fabric in its original use. So it is a summer shieling, so used for transhumance, a small residential hut. And this is the gentleman, somebody will remember from our conference in Scotland, who owns and maintains it. And, you know, that is one of hundreds of thousands that have disappeared. This is the last one we have left. The second survivor is this. So we're looking at the gable here, which is constructed of turf. This has survived because it's on a historic battlefield at Culloden and has been quite heavily conserved. And so in fact, the gable has been completely reconstructed. It isn't original fabric, but it is, as far as we can tell, replicates an 18th century turf gable. The third survival is in the northeast of Scotland, and another turf gable. And this, the land in the northeast is different, and it's so it's post like brickwork, but with diagonal perpen joints and a clay-rich soil that's quite robust. But this building had been damaged by storms and had a later window put in, differential movement and so on. And so it was repaired by Becky Little using turf cut locally and pre-dried and built back into the original courses as a sympathetic repair using authentic materials. And then for some reason it was lime washed to give it a protective coating. Now I don't think the turf was originally finished with lime here, but this was this is maybe 20 years ago, this work, when we were developing our technique. And so a lime wash was applied as a protective coating covering both the masonry and the turf. Our fourth survivor is is this section of wall here at the top, which is, you can see there's a herringbone turf wall behind, which is then covered with what we'd call turf shingles or turf slates, which are pegged in as a protective face to the turf wall. And you can see, you know, the extent of what survives in Scotland is very small compared to the amount and the richness of what survives in Iceland. But when we regard what survives in Scotland, therefore, as very precious. And this is a project that we currently have on site, another quite remote location, and a cottage dating from the 19th century, where again, one upper gable was constructed in turf. And this is the gable in the top left-hand side here that you can see in this photograph from 1991. And that building is the only surviving cottage in a village that was abandoned in the course of the 20th century, where all the other buildings are gradually falling away. And it was the house survived because it was inhabited by this man who was born in the house and lived in it all his life. And he saw the village gradually be deserted, a village that was fully occupied by many families and had a shop and a post office. And through his lifetime, it was gradually abandoned until he lived there for decades on his own, walking each week, once a week, 10 miles to collect his post and buy some shopping. And so it's a relic of the past. He was in many ways, and the building is too. And when we came to it, this is what we found of the gable. And this is it in its current state. It's on site just now. We're repairing it with Becky Little. So a triangular section of turf walling dating from maybe around 1850, but in quite poor condition. You can see the amount of decay of the face here. The wall is maybe 500-600 millimeters thick. And so, and on that we have another single turf shingle pegged into position on the face, which has survived because it was protected from the weather. And there was approximately 150 millimeters of loss of face of the wall that had decayed back. And I don't know if you can see in the middle that the masonry underneath had fallen inward. So in fact, both the masonry and the turf had moved back from the original location, and which complicates the repairs because it's a difficult geometry and the stonework underneath isn't stable in its own right. But because so little survives of turf in Scotland, we had to think carefully about the best conservation approach to this, and we came up with 4 options. The first option, which is the one that had been followed at Culloden, was simply to take it down and rebuild it. And 100 years ago, that's what they would have done. Within the tradition, when something is in that poor condition, you take it down and you do it again. And these cyclical repairs and rebuildings are part of the tradition. But to do that, we would have lost the original fabric, and we're mindful that in their future, there may be archaeobotanical scientific approaches or other methods that we may be able to extract historical information from that fabric. So really, we were approaching it from a conservation principle of minimal loss. However, we had to make the building safe and weathertight. So we decided not to take it down and rebuilding, and then we considered refacing the turf masonry as you would have if it was a stone facade. You would have refaced it with new stones bonded into the old ones. But because the masonry underneath had rotated inward and we only had 50 or 60 millimeters to build off rather than 150 millimeters, we thought that was impractical, and that to achieve a solid bond between the new and the old, we would have lost too much of the original fabric. The third option was to leave it entirely as it was and to put a glass panel in front, which would have protected it from wind-driven rain, and I guess presented it as the kind of museum artifact in terms of the degree of preciousness that we considered it. But we were worried that by introducing a glass panel we might change the environmental conditions and create problems that didn't exist at the moment, as well as there being difficulties in reconciling the geometry and the fixings. So we've opted for a 4th option, which is that we will do some local repairs to consolidate the surviving turf and then build a new screen in front of it to protect it, which will be clad in new turf shingles. So we're reinstating the original appearance, which is a turf shingled facade, but conserving the original turf wall behind. And so the section there, we will build a wattle panel, something like this, and then hang pegged turf shingles in front of it. And that both reinstates something like the original appearance and allows it to be removed at a later date and the original fabric to be further examined. And so it's, this thing of Scotland having these few survivors, and we're trying to extract as much information from them as we can because so little remains. It's a difficult balance to get between conservation and repair and sustaining the original tangible remains and developing the intangible ones. Because you can see here with the deserted village gradually falling back into the ground and the new buildings standing out with their lawns. It's kind of a symbol for what's happened to our vernacular culture and our turf buildings. They're just disappearing in front of our eyes, and all we see are the buildings of the 20th century. And so our job is really to keep those surviving and to bring people's attention back to them by showing what value they hold. And part of that then is this balance between the tangible and the intangible heritage. You know, if these buildings have largely vanished and we have a few fragments that we can still learn from, the skills have completely disappeared, and we don't have a skills base in Scotland to develop from. So, you know, we started back in the 90s. This is Becky cutting the blocks for the gable in Huntly, using traditional tools and trying to figure out by practice and brute force how they were used. And over 20 or 30 years, we've got to the stage. This is Becky now cutting turfs for the repair at Longbayne, where we're using tools, you know, that are much more appropriate to the modern setting and allow us to carry out the much wider range of techniques than we were aware of at that time. And I think a lot of that improvement in practice and the understanding of the material has come from our relationship with Iceland, which has been such a huge boon for us in terms of understanding what our original heritage was, interpreting what survives, and developing the kind of skills and knowledge and competence to sustain it, and through appropriate skills and techniques. And you know, it really has been such a wonderful relationship, and despite the nightmare that is Brexit for us, we're keen to try and sustain these relationships with Iceland and indeed Norway and other Scandinavian countries. And I think, so if we have so few buildings surviving as original fabric to sustain our skills on, we look for new projects where we can develop those skills and the material understanding. And we've got a couple of projects where we've been using turf construction in new build that allowed us to build off that heritage skills base. So this is a building we built in the Cairngorms, a new eco house, where we experimented with a number of turf techniques in a new construction context. So the kind of turf wall that will be familiar to you with Stranger and Clanmer, but also turf shingles applied as a cladding to a timber frame construction. And turf and stone coursed masonry as well. Now, one of the reasons we were using this here was because our client was a biologist that was very interested in nature, and in particular to the local species of flora and fauna. And so the project, within the roof space for the building, we created particular habitats for 3 different species of bat and several species of birds. We were looking to propagate some alpine species of plants on the roof and on the balcony structure. And so the turf elements were really a living experiment in what the biological context for turf walls are in terms of the flora and fauna, the number of invertebrates and insects that they could provide homes for, and the potential biodiversity gains by using turf material in a building structure. Now, sadly, this project ran into a series of problems, including the contractor going into liquidation, and right at the end of the project, the client had a change of job, had to move away, and so sold the building. And the new owners weren't as interested in building biology, and they've removed all the turf elements and reinstated modern construction. So I think we learned many things from this project in terms of the materials and techniques and how you can integrate them into a modern construction project. But there's also the need to communicate those values, you know, to clients and to the public. And I think here we benefited from a client who was ahead of the mainstream. So we cried about that for a while, but then another project came along in Glencoe for the National Trust of Scotland that allowed us to further develop those themes. And Glencoe is a kind of iconic place in Scotland, part of the kind of trauma of Scotland's past in a kind of landscape theatre but one where its original architectural heritage wasn't well presented. And so we were asked to reconstruct the kind of buildings that people would have lived there at the time of a massacre in 1692. And you can read it here. It was people with none of these buildings survived because the land had been depopulated and the building stock had changed from vernacular buildings to ones built with mass construction materials. And so when we looked at the archive of what was recorded of traditional buildings, it was that all the houses were made up from twigs woven like baskets and covered with turf. And so this was really an experimental archaeology project where we rebuilt that. We built a basket of sticks and then we covered it in turf. And informed by archaeology and by archival work, and you can see in a way the similarities here with Iceland and the timber boxes you have clad with turf. It's a similar use of materials and relationships, albeit in a slightly different culture and climate. And part of that exploration then was about local sourcing of materials. We tried to source all the materials from the vicinity of the building, and which is what they would have done originally. But through that, it became clear how much the local landscape and the natural resources had changed in 300 years. Land wasn't managed in the same way. People didn't have the same access to natural resources to make and maintain their buildings. And so we did manage to find local clay and sand and stone to use in the interior, and we gathered heather and we made it into rope, and we cut the turf from immediately outside the building. Now some of you may recognise Mark Thacker here at the front, who's applying the wisdom he learnt in Iceland. I have to say we spent several months running around trying to find places to dig turf, and then we came back to immediately outside the building. And this was quite a peaty turf, but a nice, good quality material that dug well. And this is the tradition then in this area, is of a wattled structure with a turf wall on the outside. So the turf walls were built up again so this doesn't have stringer. This is just diagonal blocks of turf laid in that monolithic form, curving around the corner, and Mark trimming off the face. We had a little museum of all the saws he got through on this project. And then the timber roof in place, which was covered again with turf shingles. And here we used modern methods to cut these rather than cutting them by hand in order to save time. I've gathered heather, quite a lot of heather, which was put onto the roof. And I think, when you look at that building, we learnt a lot about the design, which we only had written descriptions of, and we learnt a lot about the materials and about the environment. But I think we also learnt a lot through the building process, and the craftspeople themselves, who had never built something like that, learned by doing in a way that you can only learn so much by talking. And I guess those two things of the tangible and the intangible heritage really go together in our work. The skills and the materials are really one conversation, two sides of the same coin. And all of our work now is in the context of the just transition towards zero carbon construction and the climate, the challenge that the climate change and the associated biodiversity crisis brings to the construction industry and to our societies in general. And nobody in Scotland lives in turf buildings now, apart from our friend on Lewis. Everybody, builds houses like these, and this is on Orkney. We're also doing work on the Neolithic. But here, in Orkney, none of the materials come from Orkney. Everything's imported to the island and made from synthetic materials, plastic, concrete, metal, and other toxic and high carbon materials. And that way that we build now leaves us very vulnerable through climate change, through the impacts of an extractive construction process, but also vulnerable in terms of skills and economy and changes in socio-economic and political conditions. And the buildings that we built in the vernacular, and part of the wisdom that we can take from that is about how we can live within balance with nature, use local materials, and sustain a local skills base and economy. And it's not that people are going to be living in buildings like this in the 21st century. It's about how can we take what we've learned from the sustainable ways we lived in the past to create comfortable buildings that don't destroy the world in the 21st century. And so it's interesting, when we ran some tests on the walls at Glencoe, we found that actually that as an earth fibre wall provides a level of thermal insulation that complies with current regulations. And so these ideas about the past, that things were uncomfortable and of poor quality, are really cultural associations rather than inherent to the material itself. And there are ways we can look at to develop these traditional materials in a modern context. So I just threw these slides in at lunchtime following some of the discussion this morning. This is the Caboge project, which has been an EU partnership project we've been working on for about 6 years with universities and other partners in France, looking at traditional cob construction in France and the UK, and how we can develop that in a modern way to comply with modern regulations, and looking at optimizing different fibres and different mean mixes and prefabricated forms of construction, and quite a successful project from a technical point of view in reimagining a traditional vernacular way of building and finding a route to using it in the 21st century. And so I just put this up there, so the website's there. There's loads of information on that website about this project, and perhaps that kind of thing can provide a model for what we need to look at to sustain turf as a living tradition. And so of course, as soon as we finished the building in Glencoe, then an old photograph miraculously appeared of a creel house, and it was interesting looking at this and looking at, I think this is a building that actually hasn't been lived in for a while, but you have these timber props to the walls because it started to move, and you have a bowed line to the exterior of the walls, probably because water's been getting in, because the roof doesn't overhang very much. And one of the issues that we were facing in Glencoe was the water running down the face of the walls and how that was affecting the lower sections of turf, and part of what we were learning about the weathering of these materials. And the fact is that in Glencoe and the West Coast generally, rainfall has increased 50% over the last 50 years. And certainly we know that at the time of the massacre in 1692, it was a much drier and a much colder climate. And when you look at the projections, this is the flood map for Glencoe, and it shows that site is outside the area of flood risk. but a lot of the infrastructure, the roads and the other communications links are at risk from climate change. And we need to think of our historic buildings being in a dynamic environment, and that the challenge of climate change is changing how we need to approach the conservation and of the buildings, because quite apart from buildings not being inhabited and maintained and having heat sources within them, the external environment is changing, and it's becoming less predictable and more aggressive towards building that were built for a different climate. And another part of that then, you know, this thing of the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis being really one thing, we need to consider how this affects plants. And I put this up because it's a link to a paper that might interest you as well, looking at the effects of climate change on the on sedum species that are used in roofs in the UK and then in a couple of sites in Europe. And briefly, it shows that in England there's going to be a massive change in the environmental conditions of species on the roofs of the buildings. Less so in Scotland, but certainly there's change coming to the species of plants across Europe that affect the context for the turf heritage. And in Scotland we have buildings that have, you know, traditional buildings that have turf roofs in a number of different ways, and we use turf for ridges on thatched roofs, but we also have to consider the natural colonisation of ruins by plants which provide a thermal and a moisture buffering protection. And from that we've developed conservation techniques of capping masonry ruins with turf and clay in order to protect them, and experimental experiments with different forms of plants and cappings as well, and apply those to some of our monuments. But the research that's coming through says that what has worked in the past won't necessarily work through the 21st century, and we need to think about that. I don't know how that will affect turf buildings in Iceland and in Norway, but you know, because in Scotland we have so few buildings surviving, we need to think of all of these aspects in terms of preserving them, the material culture, and developing new techniques in order to protect them. And I guess, so in terms of our work, you know, this is how we see ourselves as architects in an era of climate crisis. It's not really as people who produce stuff anymore. It's about that we have a relationship between the past and the future, that we're trying to learn as much lessons from the past in order to create a thriving future, both environmentally and culturally, and that we do that by curating a relationship between people and place on an individual building level and on a construction sector level, but also on a whole society level. And I think part of the mission of what we're trying to do is explain the value of vernacular culture having a relevance today and a relevance to our future. It's not just something interesting about the past that has died. It's that there are lessons about how we lived for 8,000 years in a sustainable way that these buildings are communicating to us. And if we can hear their stories and understand, you know, the wisdom in the hands of the people that built them, then we'll be halfway to having a more thriving and a sustainable future. Very briefly, I don't know how I'm doing for time, but I'll just bring this to a close. Briefly show you my work on Ireland. I was asked by the Irish Heritage Organisation to write guidance for the conservation of turf buildings in Ireland, with the note that there were no turf buildings surviving in Ireland. So it was a kind of an academic exercise. But I'm taking it forward on the basis that I'm sure there are some out there, they just haven't been spotted yet. And Ireland, you know, as I'm sure you all know, is the sort of the bottom island on this ring here. And so there's very strong cultural, environmental and heritage connection between Ireland and Scotland. And you see this in the buildings as well, but there are important differences. You know, if you look at the roof here, they have these extraordinary long, thin turf roof sections that they used to cut, with spades, and then roll up on sticks and carry them about as temporary roofing for buildings. And that's something I've never seen in Scotland. So I think you always have to look as each building and each culture in its own right, and see the connections, but also see what is special about it. And this is something else, something we do have descriptions of in Scotland, but no examples left. This is a turf building that's been cut out of the ground, so kind of halfway between a cave building and a constructed building. The turf that they built, they dug out around and inside the building, was used to construct the upper gables. So it's a kind of a redistribution of turf, partly by digging it out and partly by building it up. And it's great to have found a photograph of that having been built. So I think these are I've just put these up here as our connections if you do want to find out more about any of these projects. I think we would be interested in future collaborations even without being part of Europe anymore. And I will now stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Sam. It's really, you've been doing such wonderful work there in Scotland, and I can't wait to see more of it in person. Now, Hildur Sverrisdóttir is architect. We'll talk about heritage or brave new traditions.
Yes, my name is Hildur Sverrisdóttir. I just want to thank you for having me, and thank you for the extremely interesting and inspiring talks we've heard today. I don't know whether Tom can see me, but the title of my talk is actually from him, from a conference, Earthbuild conference in 2021, where I was assigned this title, and I really liked it, so I get it. Now, I am a part of a research collaborative. We are examining the turf house from maybe slightly different angles than we have heard today. We have been collaborating for over a decade on the turf house from, like I said, many different angles, and we have done so both through research as well as teaching on BA, MA levels with foreign students and Icelandic. Now, we have, at least a part of the group, is focusing on the turf house as a superorganism. This is done partially in what we might call the post-human regard, the more than human organism, trying to understand the sort of symbiotic biosystem of critters, animals, materials, and so on that the turf house is. We have been collaborating with microbiologists to try to analyze the fungi, the many different microorganisms in the turf house, and I can tell you there are many, extremely many. And sorry, I'm trying to sort of juggle these computers. Yeah, trying to understand what we can learn from these critters, how these critters contribute, how the chain sort of works. It's about dwelling together, in a sense, how we can reach a more sustainable, more knowledgeable way of being critters with the animals, with the insects, and so on, and try to understand the multiple hosts of the turf house. Now, we are also working with botanists, trying to investigate the flora and also how the flora transfers from the swamps to the turf house, how different species and again sort of interactions translate between the two spaces. We are also looking at, like I said, from many different angles, the cultural aspect, working with fictional elements in the way that we're trying to imagine and interpret this heritage. And we look at the Torfarfurinn as an intellectual being. I don't know whether you see it, but there's a brain on the Torfarfurinn. We see the Torfarfurinn as an intensively brainy being. Now, if you want to look more into our work, this is our website, torfarfurinn.org. We live in times that are daunting, like most of us have been talking about this morning. This is a world that Aldous Huxley warned us about 100 years ago in his book A Brave New World, looking at times where everything was measured, quantified, everything had sort of lost its soul. There was more emphasis on scientific precision and less on intuition and feeling and so on. This sort of modernist capitalist way of thinking is bringing us to a place, actually to a point of no return. And that brings us to the Torfarfurinn. The Torfarfurinn, I'm repeating things that happened today. This was our main building tradition for over 1,000 years. These are houses that usually come in clusters of spaces, sometimes organized around the corridors, sometimes not, but they are extremely flexible, like some of you have been talking about. They could stand for at least 100 years if they were maintained, sometimes more, and they would sort of adjust and adapt themselves to times, to eras, to sort of setting at each time. At the beginning of the 20th century, 90% of the inhabitants of Iceland lived in rural areas, most of them in Torfarfurinn like this. And 100 years later, 90% of the inhabitants live in urban areas. And only sort of through this space of a century, there's such a huge difference in how we inhabit our country, our land. During the 20th century, Iceland became a sovereign state from Denmark. There were educated people, professionals, turning home with new knowledge, and we had this big urge to be a nation amongst nations. So, I mean, we really wanted to sort of have the punters of other nations that we were comparing us to. So we very quickly adopted to the modernist way of organizing ourselves, and maybe forgetting the roots that we were stemming from in doing so. And this translated into most aspects of society. This was reflected in sort of grandiose dreams of in the city planning, in theoretical and political aspects as well. And this country became modernized and efficiency-driven, focused on mass production. The plan of Reykjavik became really reliant on the car. So rather than humans or social spaces, let alone animals, we sort of took on this sort of striated, coordinated way of life. What came with that was that in the area of this new times, people were ashamed to have been born and lived in the so-called mud sheds at the time. And like we heard Siri from before, this is a prevalent still within the Icelandic psyche, especially the older ones. And we also use that day to day if we really want to sort of talk negatively about something. It's like going back to the mud sheds. That's how we talk about the Torfarfurinn. So my colleagues have been looking into this sort of difficult or shameful heritage. And because of that sort of psyche, hundreds and thousands of these houses would be torn down or fell down throughout the century. So again, modernist times, people are coming with this sort of modernistic knowledge from abroad. And archaeologists and officials who were looking at which farms to preserve were maybe looking for the greater example of houses, to show maybe what they could do. And of course, mostly these were houses of people who were well off. They were even maybe trying to find some regular patterns. There were clean gables. It was sort of like a pattern that they felt would represent the country in a nice way. And by doing so, we might have missed the crucial quality of the turf house, which I will come back to later. So what can the turf house teach us? I'm not going to go deeply into the artisanal or craft part of the story that has been done this morning to a great extent. But I want to talk about some qualities of the turf house. And one of them is placemaking. The turf house is never a house on a site, it's in a site. It is a merge of a house and a site. It lives within its environment and creates an environment. And luckily, some of our architects today have succeeded in trying to understand how this works, what this quality is. Here we have an example of Studio Granda. I'm going too fast, I'm trying to, thank you. So I want to, okay, maybe this is a little bit exaggerated, but still I would like to talk about our building heritage as engineering brilliance. And why is that? Now, in a sense, the only thing we have is this flesh of earth. We don't have any structural materials to talk of. We don't have any covering. I mean, I am so envious for part of my ancestors, hearing, for example, Roald talk about all this wood and bark and so on. I mean, we didn't have that. In some places we had stone that we could maybe make some kind of what you call it? Stone. No, the stone flakes. Slates. Thank you. So, in a sense, it is. I mean, with so little, of course, there were some important timber. There was some driftwood, stranded ships. What do I know? But just think about it: having to make this much out of almost nothing, to build this extremely refined structure of whatever little you had, and then sort of thrush the flesh of the earth around it. And another thing I find so interesting is that, of course, these were not engineering sort of people who had the possibility of calculating anything, but by burying the habitat into the ground. I mean, here the freezing line is about 50 centimeters down in the earth. By having these walls, you would actually almost make the sort of freezing line trick in a sense, and of course then you used whatever heating you could do from animals and so on. Now, but a pivotal quality that my colleagues and I would like to stress is a quality that we feel has been misunderstood or neglected. That essential quality of these buildings is exactly not the regularity, not the beautiful front gables, but quite on the opposite, that they are organic, they are site-specific creatures, it's not the regularity, not the monumentality, exactly the opposite. So we argue that the turf house is inherently anarchistic in its being, that the turf house doesn't have to be turf, principally. Like I said before, people used whatever materials they could lay their hands on, turf, stone, timber, and later corrugated iron, concrete even, and these houses, yeah, sorry, trying to figure this out. So these houses we're about to see have now all been demolished in the 20th century. Some of them might not have been worth keeping, I can see that, but these pictures are actually collected by a man called Sigurður Guttormsson to show how horrible, how demeaning these houses have become. You can see, I mean, here you have this marriage between corrugated iron and stone. You have different layerings of stone laying methods. You combine, I mean, like I said, whatever you can lay your hands on. And I mean, one cannot but admire this sort of, this way of bringing together different styles from different times, and again, just surviving. Talk about sustainability. That's a crucial part of that, to have local material. And today, local material is a lot of material. I mean, not necessarily turf, but everything that has been imported to Iceland. And here we even see the modernistic sort of twist in a turf house, a functional. Just gonna do this very quickly. So one of the things that I think is extremely important with these houses and this shows is resilience. And we, in order to change our course and start to heal the environment and the earth, there's this huge sort of ship of challenges that modern times have brought us to, and we have to make amends. And I think that this sort of way of thinking, this way of living with the land is extremely important. And care is pivotal, I think. Essentially caring for people and materials that we use, not romantically, or maybe romantically, I don't know, but only with care will we be able to continue this world. So the turf house can teach us about dwelling through space and time, continuing the world through being with it, to understand the horizon, to investigate and connect with the materials. What we had wanted to be when we sort of became a grown nation, we wanted to have this sort of predictability, if you say, this sort of way of organizing and planning and so on that they have in Europe or what do I know. But what we do know how to do, what our co-living with turf house in a sense has taught us, is how to live in a completely unpredictable country. It's taught us that, I mean, there's nothing that is preset or reliable. There are endless challenges on this island, and I feel that, in a sense, this sort of organic forming, sheltering of the turf house is extremely important. And I think that, in a sense, what the turf house has taught us and what we have maybe contributed also to the turf house is this ability to take in unpredictable situations. We have situated knowledge, sensory and intuition, space and placemaking, resilience, and inherently care because we had to. And I just want to finish on this note, just to finish, about the same time that Aldous Huxley wrote A Brave New World, the German philosopher Heidegger wrote an essay called Poetically Meant Wells. And he is, like so many of the thinkers 100 years ago, is warning against modernism, is warning against this mass production, is warning against the entertainment industry instead of being and dwelling and thinking. And I just feel, I mean, poetically that reminds us of poets and so on, but poesis that he is referring to derives from the ancient term to make. Poesis is to make. Of course, this is the root of our modern poetry, but this was first a word, and I think it's so beautiful, and I also think that it sort of explains, describes what the turf house was and had to be. It was an action that transformed and continued the world for those who lived in it. Poetic work reconciles thought with matter and time, so it's not any kind of work. It's something that brings together thought, knowledge with matter and time, and as such, the person within the world. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Hildegunni, for our inspiring lecture. If I could ask Rowan and Thor, Ari and Tom. Now we have a few minutes of questions and discussions about these really, really wonderful talks we've been having from Norway, Scotland and Iceland, of course. So is someone who would like to start with a question?
I can start.
Sinni?
Just out of curiosity, I was thinking about the timber framework or the structure in the Gamma, the angle of the timber they chose. What is the perfect angle for the roof?
Yeah, it's a short answer. It's the same curve as on the air.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
I want to say that you sold the idea of the school.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Definitely. Yeah, thank you for getting a lot of new students after this really interesting lecture.
You're all welcome.
Thank you. So, anyone else? Yes, Bryndís?
One question. Norwegians. Are there any turf courses? Are there any ways to go and learn how to restore and rebuild those gammas?
We had the first year last year with our students making turf roofs, and there have been some workshops on making gamma, and there's something being planned in Tromsø as we speak, but for next year, but not in university.
Well, I have a question. Do you get a lot of people from Norway and maybe other places in Scandinavia, looking for advice on how to build with turf and information about turf in Norway and Sweden, etc.?
No. We should. And I think this symposium is an eye opener for most of us. I hope. There's a lot we need to discuss.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You said that there were 3 ministries that came together to sponsor the Classroom program.
Yeah.
The work, so this is a political decision made at the highest level that brought together 3 ministries.
Yeah.
Ministry of Culture and Education and
It's yes, that's correct, and they have written several white papers and propositions on how to actually restore the building cultural heritage that we have, and this, in the center of there's a crafts people, and we do have way too few people that can actually do the job. So I think for them it's a very right English word. It's a kind of mindful thing. So they're very determined on this is important. So that's why they're backing us up. In the university, it's almost an outrage that the money doesn't go directly to the university, but to us. So we're extremely lucky, and we wouldn't be able to run the education the way we want and the way we do now without this extra money. So the whole idea of sending the students 10 weeks each year on a learning site, that would just disappear if the money stops. So be free to ask the students what they think about the learning sites and how we have rigged it. So you'll hopefully they will be satisfied. But anyway, just ask.
Is there a quality stamp on if you're like a carpenter or a mason or something? Is there like you have in Norway a stamp on they can refer to the specialists in Norway that this is a person that has the quality to restore temple buildings, or is there a system in Norway with this?
Well, not really, I think. We are hoping that having a bachelor from us, that will be such a certificate, but there are no really demands on it now, and I think it's not been fair to ask such a demand either, because there has been actually nobody that could present such a background. But hopefully over the years we will educate more and more people, and then it would be fair to say that this job goes only to the ones who have a bachelor's degree or anything similar. So hopefully it's coming, and it's been discussed, I know, but we haven't. I don't think we have formally landed on anything yet.
Connected to that, perhaps, is your university somehow connected to vocational schools, vocational training schools? Do you get students from there, or people who are mostly just who have done a carpentry studies, or can you do part of the studies at a vocational school before you come to your university?
I'm not sure if I understood the question, but
I can answer.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know this fagbrev? Yeah. And you need to have one before you start to university. So you should be a woodworker, carpentry or joinery before you apply.
I was wondering if you had to go, or if you could go to a gymnasium or grammar school or high school where you could learn certain aspects, and then you were able to prepare.
I can answer that. Because we are not Norwegian, we do not qualify for the high school diplomas. We can only go to the university level, so for that you have to have Sveinsbrev or Meistarabrev.
Okay.
And just from my experience, I have Meistarabrev here from Iceland, and I've never been in a study that is so focused on actually teaching you the right, like handcrafted, like techniques.
Yeah.
It's usually just like, you're gonna figure it out, go for it, but there's no one actually guiding you on like how to do the things and how to get the right result.
Så det är så lärlingsmästare.
Ja, i rauninni.
Perhaps I can comment on that.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Smedis. Of course, it would be desirable, I think, if we could have a system that already at the grammar school teaches the kids how to do a certain craft, or at least gives them the opportunity to get interested in a craft, and then that they could walk the steps through the schools up until university. That would be ideal, but it's not like that now. And it's an important fact that you mentioned, Snedis, that all the practical training that we do are guided by someone senior. So all the work at the learning sites are supposed to be guided by a senior that we kind of approves of. So the learning site has to present a certain kind of arrangement to us, and we have to formally approve it. So we can suggest people that we think are good at this and this, use this one, or they hopefully they will learn to find these people themselves and then present them to us, and we can approve them, and they can do the guidance and teaching.
Oh, excellent, thank you so much.
Hi, nice to see you all here today, and thank you for a very, very interesting talk. And I have to say that I'm extremely happy to be talking about the Torf heritage in English. I think that is an excellent change here from being always talking to the same people to have an opportunity to talk to a different audience here today. My name is Ágústa Kristófersdóttir. I'm head of collections at the National Museum, and this is Alma Sigurðardóttir. She started working for us as a specialist in the built heritage last January. The reason for my presence here is not that I distrust Alma, not at all, but it's because she's relatively new, and to be able to talk about the heritage that lives within the National Museum regarding the built heritage, I think you need to be both high up in the hierarchy of the museum and able to face this reality with a dose of sarcasm, which I hope I have. The collection policy of the building collection, that is a part of the collection of the National Museum, has been somewhat both random and characterized by the fact that when houses are considered important in historical perspective go out of use, the state has often been the only party willing to commit itself to bearing the cost of future repairs. It's sort of a last man standing game where the spotlight always falls on the state. The first houses that were placed under the protection of the National Museum were, before that happened, declared historical monuments, and promises, often verbal promises, and what we call in Icelandic heiðursmannasamkomulag, were made before the houses actually became a part of the collection of the museum. And this took place in the 1930s. After the war, and in the new era of independence that Hildigunnur spoke about before, enthusiasm for the preservation of cultural heritage grew, although at the same time, difficult conversations were often needed with those who wanted to push the last remains of the old society away with bulldozers. Some of the houses that were rescued at the last minute. Here you see a list of the turf buildings that are a part of the building collection of the National Museum. We have around, it depends on how you count, we have around 80 structures in 43 sites. And
these are 16.
And these are those that are made of turf. Together, we have been to most of the sites. Alma has really been around this last 8 months. Here today we're going to talk about 3 examples. I start off with Grenjaðarstaður, and this farm is one of the 3 major farms in North Iceland that are now open to the public in collaboration with museums in the area, like Glaumbær here in Skagafjörður and Laufás in Eyjafjörður. And it's the district cultural center in Húsavík that is responsible for the daily operation of Grenjaðarstaður. The farm at Grenjaðarstaður has been under the protection of the National Museum since 1954, and shortly thereafter extensive renovations began with the aim of restoring the farms to its original appearance, whatever an original appearance is. The first phase of these renovations was completed in 1958. And Grenjaðarstaður is one of those farms where the involvement of the National Museum has become a unique research subject in itself. Over the past 70 years, there have been changes in the trends and approaches to renovations, and the methods employed have relied more on practical experience of the individuals rather than on scientific foundation. There is no single handbook for the restoration and maintenance of turf houses, and these farms are no longer living environments for residents who can easily adapt to the changes that occur in the house from day to day. Instead, they become the responsibility of the staff, people like me, at the office in Reykjavík, and we can hardly move without gaining various permits and authorizations before doing anything. When it comes to this maintenance, we can be called desk farmers, or in Icelandic, we would call it maybe búskursi. And our working methods can be described as bursts of productivity with long periods of nothing in between. Such plowing work is not necessarily a method that suits the turf house. A house that above all else needs steady maintenance. Most of the renovations we are currently working on at Grenjaðarstaðir are parts of renovations that have been made by the museum in the last 80 years. And now Alma is going to talk about what we're doing.
Yeah, so this is a plan of Grenjaðarstaðir, of the ground floor. And here you see the red spaces are where the turf needs to be renewed. And then I have images directing me to the specific points where something of interest is taking place. So those who oversee our house, when I met them for the first time, they told me about they believed there was this significant movement that was taking place inside the house, especially in the northern room. So that would be this room here. But they were only relying on their intuition. So this was something that, you know, they were kind of noticing and what they felt when, during their regular checkups that happens every 2 weeks. So it was obvious that we needed to find more reliable and systematic way of monitoring changes, because we can't really rely on someone's feeling. We need to have something, something as aluminium profiles placed in certain locations, in a considerate way, to really monitor what's happening, and then we can find out what's causing them. But here in this turf house, like in most of our turf houses, there is a ventilation system, and that's because once people moved out of the turf house, the buildings became more humid, so there was ventilation system needed. So what I noticed when I began, and they had been speaking about these changes, and they were saying, like, we almost feel like this building is just on a move. And the lady who was overseeing the bills, she told me, like, so the heating bills for Grenjaðarstaðir are getting very high. So I asked them to check what the temperature was in the building, and it was 17 degrees. So we would be happy if it would have been between 7 and 10. So the building was, like, really warm during the winter. So obviously it was pushing the materials to dry up and probably causing some of the movement that was taking place. So this just underlined for me, especially because I started in January, the importance of monitoring the temperature within the houses, and keep on reminding people who are using the buildings to keep an eye on it. So this was not the main problem, though. upon closer inspection, I'm just going to show you this. It looked like most of the movement was happening in one place, but nevertheless, we know that the movement within the wall is due to the fact that the walls, you can see where I've marked the walls with the blue color. They were filled with pumice that was originally placed there in good belief that it would help, that it would prevent the walls from freezing. But unfortunately, this came with a very negative side, since the pumice is now slowly running out and through the rocks. You can see it here. So the walls are just slowly leaking down. So we are faced with really big questions. Where should we start? Shouldn't we work on all the outer walls that are filled with pumice if we want to stop this movement? But we are faced with the fact that that would maybe cost 100 millions, and the housing collection we are maybe juggling with around 40 for all of our houses. But if we would do it all at once, we would in the end obviously save a lot of money. So these are the kind of questions we are dealing with. I don't have the answer.
So, next up is Þverá in Laxárdalur, and if you haven't been there, go there. It's a truly unique farm in many ways. It welcomes those who journey through Laxárdalur, where it stands on the hillside with its gable facing the valley, an iconic representation of the Icelandic turf farm. In 1965, preservation of the farm is first mentioned by the museum, although at that time other farms such as Grenjaðarstaður, Laufás, Glaumbær and Keldur and several others were already in the museum's possession. So you can see it's the last man standing there. You kind of, the farms, they end up with the National Museum. In the following years, the farm was visited and assessed, and in 1968 it became a part of the collection. And luckily, Ásgeir Jónasson, who had grown up, was born and grew up in the farm, he came with the farm. The house had a man in it, even though he lived next door in a new house. And he lived at Þverá until his death in 2022, and was part-time employed by the museum in taking care of the farm and rebuilding it with others, of course. Throughout the development of newer buildings at Þverá, consideration was given not to disturb the appearance of the old farm and outbuildings, and the outbuildings have been reconstructed in a traditional style. As a result, the agricultural landscape and the cultural landscape have been better preserved at Þverá than in most other places. But there is a drawback. The drawback is mostly the location of this wonderful farm. It's only a few kilometers from the next large turf farm, Grenjaðarstaður, which we have been running for years and years in collaboration with the museum in Húsavík. And the roads leading to Laxárdalur are not really good. Thus, a specific role for Þverá has not yet been found. The National Museum manages its houses in the building collection mostly in 4 different ways. It's the houses that are open to the public in collaboration with local museums, for example here in Glaumbær or in Eyrarbakki, usually with an entrance fee. It's houses that are open to the public with minimal supervision or without supervision, like the example we have here at Hólar with Nýibær, that is just open, and our friends at Hólar, they let us know if something terrible happens there. Houses that are closed and are used occasionally for very specific purposes. And again, I can cite a site here in Skagafjörður, Gröf á Höfðaströnd, the small church there, which is generally just closed, but there is a key, one in Reykjavík and one in Skagafjörður. And I know people occasionally go into the church and they, yeah, if they have the right connections. Then it's the last and most difficult category. That's the houses that require rethinking and repurposing. And Þverá falls into that fourth and last category. The farm is in good condition, it's interesting for both general visitors and researchers, but we have not come to a conclusion on what we can do there. So I await your ideas. So, Alma?
Yeah, so Þverá is one of those buildings where I just I fell in love with the building, and there's just something about the scale and the craftsmanship. I mean, there is a little stream that runs through it that was used to collect water for the animals and the people who lived there. And it's amazing to think that in 1850 someone actually thought of it. Apart from how beautiful the building is. So, as August said, there are questions that arise concerning its preservation from the context of future use. And as many of you have said today, the best conservation is actually using the buildings. Inside the house, there are furnishing crafted from former residents, and they bear signs of unique and elaborate craftsmanship that characterizes not only the turf house itself, but all the buildings surrounding it, the church as well. So these are images taken from within the church. So all of those houses are well constructed and obviously designed with care. For example, the roof does not rest on the walls, where the walls almost stand as they are states. So if this falls down, nothing really happens. So we don't have, this is actually about to fall down. So instead of paying Helgi for taking it down and rebuilding it, we're just gonna wait for it to fall down on its own and save some money. So, but as I said, the question of future use remains. How much wear and tear can the turf house withstand? Is regular interaction within the turf house a better option than the alternative? And what else can be done in the turf house, except it for being a museum? And last but not least, as Hildigunnur was talking about, what can we learn from it? Because I believe there's a lot that's left to be learned from the turf house.
So, I said I'm coming here to confess the sins of the National Museum. Finally, we turn our attention to Hólar in Eyjafjörður. It's a farm that became a part of the museum as late as 1998, and the house is situated closely to a newer outhouse, and the house is in a terrible state, to say the least. Parts of the house have been dismantled, and in 2013, the Cultural Heritage Agency granted permission to the National Museum for its dismantling. At the time, the idea was to reconstruct the house indoors at an exhibition site. We hadn't found the site yet, but it was an idea that people were working with, similar to what we have done, for example, with the baðstofa from Skörð that is located in the museum in Suðurgata, and in countless places around the country as well. This has been done. The building was supposed to showcase the architectural structure. Considering that cultural authorities were exploring the registration of the turf house heritage on the UNESCO World Heritage List at the time, and still are, it was decided to postpone the dismantling. There's much work to be done to ensure that the farm is not dangerous to children and animals as it is, and we hope to finish that this year. And we need to make a decision on what we are going to do with it. Plans for the utilization of the house, if any, are very unclear, and they require discussion on a broad level with both the municipality and the residents at the farm itself. One idea that was considered was that if the farm was to be dismantled, the turf walls would be rebuilt and left as a memorial to the farm, serving both a shelter and a playground. But can we, who are responsible for preserving the cultural heritage, be known for demolishing this house, even if it was reconstructed elsewhere? So, Alma.
So yeah, I'm taking a twist on that thought. So you can maybe see the dark line, you know, on Iceland. That's the ring road, and the red circle is where hólar are located. So it's quite far away from the ring road. And you'd ask, like, okay, so who would go there? How would we use the house? I mean, if that's the best we can do, like, you know, that's a discussion that that we would need to have. So because it's there and it's not in use, it's very far away from the ring road, wouldn't it be better preserved, like Roland showed us, one of the oldest roofs, right, in Norway, that had been dismantled and taken down in a like very considerate way and showcased. This was actually one of the one of the arguments why there was this permission given for the house to be taken down, because there is some great craftsmanship there that should be shown. Maybe not in Hólar, but maybe somewhere else, like in a museum. But then, you know, the questions kind of just continue. And in what museum this would need to be done in a, you know, really considerate way, taking the house down piece by piece, and there would be, we would need to have a research following it. Do we have money for that? And like, where would we categorize that project? You know, as Augusta said, there are 80 houses. They are all in great needs of care.
Yeah, like you see, there are many questions and hopefully some solutions somewhere along the line to our problems. This year we are spending a great deal of time on the building collection. Some of you will hopefully be invited to a meeting in November with us to continue this discussion, but we thank you just for listening to our whining here.
Augusta and Alma, these are very, very good questions and foods for thought. And now, Þór Hjaltalín from the Heritage Agency of Iceland will talk about whether or not craftsmanship knowledge matters for the protection of buildings.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me? Many of you who see this question I put on the screen, does craftsmanship matter? Will probably answer right away. Yes, obviously it matters. But I think we need to dig a bit deeper. And I also want to ask, how does it matter for us who work in the field of heritage management? I will look at it from a broad perspective. How does it matter for the protection of listed and protected buildings and constructions, including also turf buildings, of course, and even the maintenance of archaeological sites, because that is also something we are dealing with on a daily basis. We need craftsmanship and know-how to maintain archaeological sites as well. Minjastofnun Íslands, or the Cultural Heritage Agency of Iceland, is a state agency that has the role of implementing the Act of the Protection of the Cultural Heritage. that is, the protection of old buildings and constructions, archaeological monuments, remains and sites. And has this same role, maybe as the, in a way, like Riksantikvarien in Norway. In our law from 2012, we got the so-called 100-year rule for both buildings and archaeological remains. That is, everything older than 100 years is automatically protected. It had been like that for archaeology since 1989. But this was new for the protection of buildings. Previously, automatically protected buildings had to be built in 1850 or earlier, and churches in 1918 or earlier, or younger buildings that had been listed especially. So previously to 2012, protected or listed buildings were about, in Iceland, 530 totally. And about half of them were churches. But with the enactment of the 100-year rule, automatically protected buildings became several thousands over one night. We had several thousands of buildings that were automatically protected. And in 1923, this year, it was changed once again, and then it was put in law that buildings built in 1923 or earlier are automatically protected. And all buildings that are built 1940 or earlier should receive the opinion of Minjastofnun before any changes are made to them. So we can say now that we have protection of buildings in 3 stages. We have friðlýst hús, or listed buildings. They are about 534 today. We have friðuð hús, or protected buildings, because of their age. That is, buildings that were built in 1923 or earlier. They are now, according to the house register, 4,124. And we have also the umsagnarskild buildings, those that are built before 1940. That needs to be overviewed by Minjastofnun, and they are now 13,059. So, in these few years, the buildings that are protected by law and comes into Minjastofnun for overview have increased from 500 to 13,059. So this must have something, this must have drastic change in heritage management, going from about 500 to thousands. But what does this mean in practice? This means that the heritage management demands that these buildings must be maintained and repaired according to standards, which means that market and demand for knowledge of craftsmanship to maintain these buildings has grown dramatically. So we have a quite new environment in this. We are in need of this knowledge to maintain our cultural heritage. Indeed. I'm not sure the school system is following up right away. It probably takes a bit of time. But when we are talking about these buildings, what are the values we are trying to protect? what is the significance of old buildings? And why are we putting all this time and resources into protecting them the right way? Why can't we just have plastic windows, carefree to speak? We can talk about many different values we think are important and are trying to protect, such as historical or research value. Sigríður talked about earlier this day about the attitude towards these buildings, and that can also give us ideas of how people value these buildings. We talk about, they are in a way like the written manuscripts, prime sources on history. So it is important that we keep them like that they are these sources indeed. But also has to do with experiential value, this feeling of direct connection to past times, and even aesthetics values, just to mention a few. And we have our house protecting fund, which is meant to help people who get sponsored to keep and living in these buildings, to keep these important values. That is the main purpose of the house protecting fund we have. And it costs a bit more, so the state puts money into it, and we try to keep the values. And to do the maintenance work the right way according to our standards. In Iceland, the law on protection of buildings is quite strong, but its focus is very much on the physical side of protection, the tangible, but not the intangible side of protection. That is, on the protection of craftsmanship, is indeed very weak. Or in fact, the law does not mention the protection of craftsmanship at all. And that is a problem, I think, and needs to be changed, because it plays such a big part in the protection of cultural heritage. And yeah, I have also this picture from Brimnes, as Bryndi said. It's a really nice building. But what about turf buildings? In the late last century, I worked at the National Museum on the maintenance of the house collection. We had this lecture on now, and which we have already had. Although Iceland had not, and has still not, ratified the Venice Charter, the Venice, the Venice Charter from 1964, we were then, all the same, quite concerned with it and used it for guidance in our work. In connection with that, there were a few basic questions we, of course, addressed, and these are some of them. We had to think about the method, of course. How do we do it? How did we do it in the past? The preservation, the authenticity is quite central in the charter, and there we immediately got some problems preserving the turf buildings. Is it possible to preserve a turf farm at all? Walls that are taken down with about 40 years intervals, built up again. It's much It's not much authenticity in that, is it? How can we come across that? And development. When you enter Torfarfurinn, you quickly notice how very complex its historical development is. The timber in the building has rotated all around. And it gives you a chance to read its history if you really look into it. A pillar that has rotten at the bottom, the farmer takes it, cuts it off and places it somewhere else in the buildings. Wood was, of course, very valuable. So that a resource that was not just, you didn't just go out to the forest and cut a tree, you had to have driftwood somewhere to use. And if you come to Keldur, for example, the floor layer in Keldur is 1.40 meters thick. It's like that, just floor layers. That's because people have been stepping there for 900 years. And you have all the phases of different times when you dig down all these floor layers and different structures. And going back to the Middle Ages, walls are taken down, they are rebuilt, perhaps bigger or smaller or thicker, or even new rooms or independent houses are added to the main farm. It's like a living organism. At Keldur, we can try to preserve the medieval timber as good as possible. It is treated like antiquities. But how about the turf walls that need to be rebuilt if they last well with 40, 50 years intervals? What can we say about the authenticity of these walls? And if we rebuild them, how can we protect their historical value at the same time? We are going a bit against the Venice Charter there. It didn't suit our conditions here in Iceland. So what is the most important thing to protect them? Isn't it the craftsmanship, the intangible part of it? You take down a wall and you rebuild it because you know how to rebuild it. And that is how you preserve the research value of it. Then the protection is not about the material, but about the craftsmanship. If we want to keep its resource value, we need to study these walls and rebuild them the same way as they were built previously. And keeping a record of every action and how decisions were made. That is an absolute necessity. This is the best we can do. It is indeed very easy to lose its value quickly with bad decisions. And Bjarki showed us here walls earlier today with of wall that had been built quite differently from how they were originally. So you can ask, what is the research value of them then? But all the same, this is not a simple task. Here I have, this is a picture also. As I mentioned, we are also dealing with archaeology and ruins, and often it has increased in recent years. People are asking, maybe rebuild this ruin. So when is it okay to say yes? do we lose the research value of the ruin? Usually, in some cases, we have allowed it because we have a lot of sources to depend on. And in this case, for example, Hjallur at Reykjavík, we had timber constructions lying on the floor, and we were able to look into, and also people who remember the building. So in that case, we allowed it. But usually, we are quite strict with that. But at Keldur, going back there, it's not a simple task to keep the research value or the value of the farm. When people stop living on the farm, everything changes. Like Augusta and Alma described here earlier. And also the maintenance work. The last resident in Keldur was the farmer Skúli Guðmundsson until 1946. Skúli held a diary of all repairs and maintenance work at the farm in his days, and also back to his grandfather's day, back to the 1830s. This written source is extremely valuable on how a turf farm like that was maintained. Written source. And it did cost a lot of work every year. And I think it is clear, it is impossible to maintain the farm like Skúli did. You're doing it quite differently, aren't you? Keldur farm has stopped evolving and is now frozen in time. Well, that is what we are trying to do. Maybe we desk farmers, as Augusta called us. And this is, of course, a problem. This construction here is very fine craftsmanship, built on sources both from Keldur and elsewhere, on how such timber construction should look like. Old timber from this building was preserved, but was reused elsewhere. Maybe is that in the spirit of Skúli. But I really don't think Skúli would have made such a... Do you think Skúli would have built such a thing? No, I'm not sure about that. Because he simply did not have the resources. We are in much better... we have much more better opportunities to make things really nice and good. But we are also concerned of newer buildings. Just about how to like special traditions of craftsmanship in Iceland, building in the built heritage that needs to be maintained, like laying a corrugated iron. That is one thing. But Minjastofnun has published its strategy, and I think we have by now increased chances of trying to get this intangible part of house protection into something that works. And a meeting like this is, of course, absolutely fantastic to bring together all these people who are concerned about these matters, get them to talk and discuss these things. Berglund says I have 0 minutes left, so I just want to thank you, and I hope we will lead this to a better place for the protection of craftsmanship in the future. Thank you.
So, yes, it's a very important topic, and I completely agree. The craftsmanship is the main thing. Next, Vilhelmína Jónsdóttir from Ministry of Culture and Business Affairs of Iceland will tell us about the UNESCO Conventions on World Heritage and intangible cultural heritage.
Good afternoon, and I want to thank the organizers for a very lovely conference and a lovely day. It's been very enlightening and interesting, and I've learned a lot. I want to start by posing a question if turf houses or the heritage of turf houses should be recognized as World Heritage, that is, cultural heritage of all humanity, and listed on UNESCO's list of World Heritage. What elements or aspects of turf houses and turf house tradition should be emphasized in such an inscription? Should be emphasized the houses, that is, the structures and its materiality? And if yes, how is the test of authenticity met? Or is it the continuous traditional knowledge and the craftsmanship, the know-how that we should focus on? For a few years now, there has been an ongoing discussion about heritage of turf houses to be nominated to UNESCO's list of World Heritage. That is why I want to take a better look at the two UNESCO's conventions. That is the Convention on World Heritage from 1972 and the Convention on Safeguarding Intangible Cultural Heritage from 2003. The World Heritage Convention is among the most successful of all international conventions, where 195 states are parties to it. For that reason, it might be described as universal, and it is without a doubt what UNESCO is best known for in many parts of the world. The World Heritage Convention of 1972 brought together what up until then had been two distinct historical currents. On the one hand, the movement for the protection of historical monuments emerging out of Europe, where it had gained momentum in the aftermath of the two destructive wars, and on the other hand, environmentalism, rising in the face of unprecedented degradation of natural environment and extinction of species. The convention has been a highly influential legal instrument when it comes to safeguarding natural and especially cultural heritage worldwide. Iceland has 3 inscriptions on the World Heritage list. They are Þingvellir National Park, Surtsey and Vatnajökull National Park. Þingvellir was listed on the World Heritage list in the category of cultural landscapes, that is, spaces that embody long and intimate relationship between people and their natural environment as an exceptional testimony of cultural tradition and civilization. But the other 2, Surtsey and Vatnajökull, are listed under the domain of natural heritage. Despite this unquestioned success, the World Heritage Convention has come under criticism for several reasons. Taken together, these have contributed to the conspicuous imbalance in the Convention's most auspicious instrument, the World Heritage List, which represents world heritage of mankind as a whole. However, judging by the list, humanity's heritage appears to be overwhelmingly European, Christian, and cultural. The natural heritage represents only a small minority of sites listed, while an overwhelmingly majority is cultural, and that is 900 sites of a total of 1,157 sites. So to say 78% is cultural heritage inscribed on the list. And you maybe not see the map very well, but the yellow spots, you see how they are very many in Europe, Western Europe. Beside the global imbalance in representation on its list, the World Heritage Convention has met with other serious criticism in the years since its adoption. These may be summed up under the headings of monumentalism, materialism, ecological apartheid, and the doctrine of authenticity. I am not going to go into this criticism in detail, but only address issues that I believe might be interesting in discussing it in relation to the heritage of turf houses and a possible nomination to UNESCO's list of World Heritage. So I will start with the condition of authenticity. We have already touched upon this subject in many of the papers presented today. And yeah, it has been a topic of great deal of research, reflection and revaluation in recent years, also in regard to World Heritage. However, to be deemed of outstanding value, universal value in accordance with the convention, a property must meet with the condition of integrity and authenticity. So, the notion of authenticity is very much in the spotlight when advocating for nomination or inscription on the World Heritage list. Evidently, the World Heritage Convention and its operational guidelines were not designed with perishable organic material in mind. And if we reflect on the turf houses and turf heritage, we must ask ourselves, how do turf houses made of living material and with the need of constant renewal and maintenance comply with the condition of authenticity? There is a tremendous literature on the concept, but I'm not going to spare you reviewing how the notion has evolved, but instead narrate a short and very simplified story of origins that lays out the logic for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. That is how intangible cultural heritage became a subject in UNESCO Convention. As I mentioned earlier, the World Heritage Convention has been criticized for several reasons, and one of is how Eurocentric the World Heritage List is. That is, promoting material heritage of monuments and buildings, etc. in Europe, and hence excluding other parts of the world and different understandings of heritage. In this criticism and the diplomatic actions and negotiation that later took place, Japan, in alliance with South Korea, was a great actor. And to understand this difference in the notion of heritage and what it is that is worth safeguarding, I am going to share two examples. Japan has an age-old architectural heritage, but few authentic old buildings to show for it. That is to say, authentic by Western standards. These temples, you see here, count around 48 Buddhist monuments, some for which date from the late 7th and the 8th century. They are among the oldest surviving wooden buildings in the world, and their construction coincides with the introduction of Buddhism to Japan from China by way of the Korean Peninsula. As heritage sites, they commemorate an important turning point in the history of religion, art and architecture. However, the methods by which they have been conserved did not sit very well with many heritage professionals in the West. Some believed that the authenticity of the buildings had been compromised beyond repair. They would never meet the convention's test of authenticity. Maintenance work have been carried out continuously for 1300 years. So buildings have periodically been dismantled and reassembled either partially or completely. The last major reconstruction of the buildings, these temples, took place as recently as 1934 and to 1955. The test of authenticity laid out in the operational guidelines at UNESCO takes into account the materials, design, craftsmanship, and settings of the cultural heritage. However, as applied, the test was first and foremost based on the authenticity of materials, judging the authenticity of heritage by the presence of original materials and the absence of new ones. Where the introduction of new materials had been unavoidable, they had to at least to be clearly set off from the original material structure. Critics were right that the temple and buildings of these temples would not have met the test if applied by the conventional emphasis and material. Japanese conservation specialists pointed out, however, there were sound reason for conserving buildings by these methods. In a climate characterized by high temperature and humidity, wood rots easily, and suffers frequent damage from insects, mold, and fungi. In time, buildings twist and lean to one side, timber rot, and joints are crushed. Simply put, the buildings require periodic repair in which damaged parts are patched or replaced. The Japanese specialists stressed, however, that where possible, the parts were replaced by new wood by the same species and quality as the original ones, and always the same carpentry techniques are applied. It is not the buildings as such in their materiality that are valued, but rather the underlying know-how and tradition. As long as these are not lost, people can reconstruct the buildings. Though intangible, this is the heritage towards which Japanese safeguarding practices are generated. The Japanese feared that their practice of periodically dismantling significant wooden structures would possibly be seen as inauthentic if judged from within Western framework. In fact, their fears were legitimate. Levels of understanding of Japanese heritage and its conservation outside Japan were relatively low. Despite this predicament, the World Heritage Committee inscribed these temples on the World Heritage List in 1993. So they are now listed on the list. I have also here another example from Japan. I'm just going to touch on it a little bit. And in the present context, the most remarkable thing about these shrines is that every 20 years its wooden sanctuaries are completely razed and rebuilt on a continuous lot from new materials. According to official account, this ceremonial system known as Seiken Sengu has been in place for over 1300 years. The reconstruction of the shrine takes place over 8 years, beginning with chopping of cypress wood to build it and ending with the shrine consecration and the leveling of the predecessors. The last one was completed in 2013, so the next begins in 2025. And to make a long and complicated story very short and simple, in 1994, the Nara document on authenticity was signed, where the test of authenticity was considerably altered. Scholars have described the Nara document that it reflects the fact that international preservation doctrine has moved from Eurocentric approach to postmodern position characterized by recognizing of cultural relativism. Understanding that the search of authenticity is universal, but yet recognizing that the ways and means to preserve authenticity of cultural heritage are culturally dependent. Following this change in the notion of heritage and its safeguarding, and through a long and complicated events where Japan, with support from South Korea, was a great influencer, the international community at UNESCO agreed on a new convention on safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. The Convention on Safeguarding Intangible Cultural Heritage came into force in 2006. And as the World Heritage Convention, the Convention establishes a list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. 181 states are parties to the Convention, and to this day it has 676 inscriptions from 140 states. The inscriptions include diverse cultural phenomena such as Belgian beer culture, Chinese puppetry, Mediterranean diet, falconry, man-made towers called castels in Catalonia, Korean kimchi, Finnish sauna culture, and from Norway you have listed traditional singing and dancing in Setesdal, stevjusöngur in Icelandic, and Norway has also listed as a good safeguarding practices the Óselvarbáturinn, yes. And here it is worth mentioning, that traditional skills, techniques and knowledge from conservation and transmission of wooden architecture in Japan has been inscribed on this UNESCO list of intangible heritage of humanity. And in fact, China and Korea also have inscriptions on their traditional skills regarding wooden architecture. But what is intangible cultural heritage? And on this slide you do not see, because I sat in the back and I cannot read this, but this is how the convention defines intangible cultural heritage. And I'm just going to highlight what I feel is important, that it is practices, representations, expressions, knowledge, skills that communities recognize as part of their cultural heritage, transmitted from generation to generation, is constantly recreated by communities and groups, provides them with a sense of identity and continuity. And on this slide you can see the domains that intangible heritage manifests itself in, and this is oral tradition, performing arts, social practices, ritual, festivals, knowledge and practices concerning nature and universe, and last but not least, traditional craftsmanship. There are a few things worth mentioning regarding this convention and how he differs from the World Heritage Convention. It places great emphasis on community participation in all safeguarding measures, and that includes inventorying and nomination processes. And the convention acknowledges the living nature of heritage, so to say, that is our costumes, craftsmanship, festivals, tradition, change over time from one generation to another. They are constantly recreated. And also the convention acknowledges diversity within the tradition. For example, localized knowledge about turf building methods. So the aim of the convention is to safeguard living tradition, but not freeze them, standardize them, or practice them authentically. So authenticity is, or the criteria of authenticity does not play a role in this particular convention regarding intangible cultural heritage. Iceland is party to both convention, and as I said earlier, has 3 sites inscribed on the World Heritage List. And as Rúnar mentioned in his opening speech, in 2021, the Nordic clinkerboat tradition was inscribed on UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage. All the Nordic countries, Iceland, Denmark, Finland, Norway, and Sweden, took part in this nomination of this common heritage. Skills and knowledge for building these traditional boats. I can also tell you that we are now working towards a nomination of our swimming pool culture. That will be Iceland's first solo nomination to the list. This has been really well received amongst the general public and is found to be a great example of a living everyday tradition in Iceland. And we are so lucky that we have the project manager with us today who is overseeing this process. She is Sigurlaug Dagsdóttir, sitting in the back, so if you're interested in sharing with her your thoughts on swimming pool culture as an intangible cultural heritage of mankind, she is, I'm sure, willing to speak to you. But to the topic at hand, turf houses. According to the convention, states parties are obligated to draw up inventories for intangible cultural heritage. And we have that here in Iceland. It's a website called livandiheðir.is, levenetradisjoner.is, living tradition, living heritage.is. Yeah. And in 2018, the craftsmanship regarding turf houses was inscribed in the domestic inventory by the Heritage Museum here in Skagafjörður and the Heritage Craft School. And it was Bryndís Soega who oversaw that inscriptions, and at the time I was the project manager for this website, and I was very happy to receive this inscription, and yeah, so we have that on our inventory. As I believe has been a common theme throughout the presentations we have heard today, turf houses are not maintained without knowledge and skills that have been passed on from one generation to another, and today architects, scholars and others interested in the tradition So we might ask ourselves, is the categorization and distinction between tangible and intangible cultural heritage necessary? Is it even helpful? Does the one exist without the other? And however, this distinction is maintained by influential international institutions such as UNESCO in these two conventions I have introduced here today. As I said earlier, the idea has circulated to nominate turf house tradition to the list of World Heritage as an exceptional example of vernacular architecture tradition which has served in Iceland, and the form and design of the turf houses as an expression of the cultural values of the society that has adapted to social and technological changes that took place through the centuries. And this is actually a description for criteria 4 under the convention, and to be inscribed under this category of vernacular architecture, you need to meet with the condition of authenticity. And I leave with a topic for a discussion, and I would highly value your opinion if the organizers allow for a discussion afterwards. In light of these two conventions that make a clear distinction between material artifacts and the traditional knowledge and craftsmanship, what should be the emphasis of such a nomination if it were to take place? Are houses the materiality and the structure that are most important to list and safeguard as heritage of humanity? Can such turf houses in Iceland meet with the criteria of integrity and material authenticity? Or is it the traditional craftsmanship and knowledge that is more important to focus on? I want to end with these questions, and I would highly appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilhelmina. Very good questions. Maybe Alma, Augusta, and Thor would like to join us here, and we can have a few minutes of questions and discussion. So would any of you perhaps like to answer some of Wilhelmina's questions?
I offer myself. I can start.
Excellent.
Yeah. I mean, this is the question that we are asking ourselves every day. In the morning we wake up, we ask ourselves if the plastic sheets that we have been using for the cladding of the turf houses for the last maybe, 35, 40, 50 years is the correct way to go. And we are now in collaboration with the Department of Engineering at the University of Iceland trying to come to a conclusion. And Helgi there, he has been helping us in the forming of the questions we're asking. But I mean, this is a huge question, and as the built heritage here in Iceland is now the turf farms, I mean, they wouldn't go on this list. I'm sad to say it, but they are full of plastic.
Wasn't it you, Siri, that said that only 2 of the turf houses that have been researched lived? Who was it? What said that? No.
Alma said like 2 of them.
Yeah, it was in Norway.
There are actually very few turf buildings that does not leak in time periods, like from time to time, I would say. If you are not renovating it or repairing it, it can leak.
Yeah, and
that's the problem.
That kind of applies to all houses.
Yeah, that is actually the problem of all buildings.
Yes, I want to thank you, Thor. It was very nice to hear the talk about the craftsmanship, because I think it's very important. Because we were talking about demand, and I can just safely say that at least within Preservation Center and just people in general that ask for, there are so many of them asking for carpenters or stonemasons or whatever in these buildings. They're just, the demand is so huge. But the problem is that, at least from my point of view, is that list that I have to point at. That's why I asked about like qualification, like a quality stamp on something. Is that it's only the people that I've worked with, and now Helgi is on the list because I was of course, and I saw what is his mentality and how he works, so I can safely, oh yes, that's good. But I think that's very limited. And what happens is that when people ask every week, I point at the same people again and again and again and again and again, and they are like, drowning in these questions about this. Maybe exaggerating, but still the people are always asking.
Yeah.
But, so
we recognize this problem.
Yeah.
It is a real problem. Yeah.
So
A short list of people who can do the work. Yeah.
And then there's another thing on this, Helgi mentioned here, is that a little bit, is that also if the list is so closed, I mean, how can other people get inside? I mean, there are a lot of people I know that are young carpenters. I mean, if they knew exactly what doing this kind of restoration project would be, they would be definitely in it. They wouldn't be doing hard concrete labor, because there's no like, you have to be a little bit weird to try to go into this field unless you are born into it like she is. Yeah. So I think it's,
Maybe one of the problem is that it's not introduced even in college when you're studying to be a carpenter.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
There's no course in conservation.
No.
I mean, is there hardly a course in Icelandic architectural history?
Not at all.
So, I mean, that's obviously a problem.
But just, we are just talking about a few decades. When I was at the National Museum in the 90s, those who were working for us there had problems with having enough to do, and being a hleðslumaður or a carpenter doing just that. So we have a changed situation, and I think we need to address that and try to find solutions to that somehow, and that is our work now. How do we get it into the school system? We have the Fornverkaskóli, who has been doing a great job in turf buildings, and even having people coming from other countries to learn to build of turf. That is absolutely fantastic, I think. And we need to have this discussion and how we are going to address this problem, which is, I agree with you, is real. Yeah.
I want to add one more thing, is because you mentioned the clinker boat, and I find it just a little bit funny. Probably everybody knows this, but you talk about this craftsmanship, but the clinker boat has been like marked out. It's no longer a tradition. I mean, has been killed, but it's not. It's dying now because it has been stopped.
You cannot study boat carpentry.
Yeah,
It's nothing you can study anymore.
yeah. For the Norwegian one, we just killed the tradition by wiping it out of a thing you can study. So I think it's interesting.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to answer this, Runa?
No, I was just saying this out loud, but for the
You are not completely accurate in this regard, but I understand the comment you're making, but yeah.
Okay, I think we just touched upon the panel that's going to be in a couple of minutes. We'll have Stankas, would you like to add something?
One quick question to Wilhelmina. You say that the turf houses and like putting it on the UNESCO registry would allow for like localized traditions within the intangible heritage of turf houses. But what with the issue, now we have the issue of, we have the local tradition here in Skagafjörður. We have no one in the capital. Maybe Guðjón a bit, but like he's more from the west.
I did not say if it was put on the registry it would allow for that, but I said the Convention on Intangible Cultural Heritage definitely allows for and assumes that tradition is changing, ever-changing, localized and such. So all the safeguarding measures and increased education is a form of safeguarding measures to enhance education and the transmission of the tradition and craftsmanship and knowledge and techniques and so on. So that's a very important...
But we have this slight problem of like, it's already dead. Like we would have to resurrect the traditions in areas.
I think that is the question for safeguarding and the grassroots mobilization, those who know the craft, the craftsmanship. But if a tradition is dead, it is dead. You can revitalize it sometimes, but sometimes it's not possible. Some traditions die with one person and so on, and that's just life. Walk of life, if you say so. But we as a society, we have to be able to discuss this. What is worth safeguarding? What about the turf tradition and the craftsmanship and like that? What aspects of that do we want to safeguard? How are we going to do it? Do we need more education? So on and so on.
Well, thank you so much. We'll have a quick break to set up for the panel. And thank you very much for your really great talks. I hope everyone has grabbed themselves some more coffee and cakes. Now we'll start the panel. And participating are Alma, you listened to her speak from the National Museum earlier, and Hildigunnur Sverrisdóttir, and Pétur from the Heritage Agency, and Gunnar Óli, a turf builder from Stokkar and Steinar, and landscape artist, I believe. Architect, sorry. and Helgi Sigurðsson from Fornverk, and also Sigríður Sigurðardóttir, founder and board member of the Heritage Craft School project. So the room is welcome to ask the panel questions, and but I will have to ask the person who would like to ask a question to come up here, introduce himself, so everyone in the room can hear the question through the microphone, and then address a panel member. And of course, if someone else in the panel wants to add something, please do so. Yeah, if you want to comment further on the project. And since the topic of the panel is the working environment and the future of traditional building methods, and we briefly touched upon that earlier, and we have two professional turf builders here in the panel. I would very much like to start by ask them how as things have been going for the past years and in your experience, how do you see us going forward if we don't act today? Start with you, Helgi.
Yes. Well, that's a huge question. I've been doing this for a little bit over 30 years now. So for the last 15 years, it has been a little bit of a struggle getting something to do. You know, the projects have been very small, and I've been working in this turf building area for maybe a month, up to 2 months per year. So up until this summer, actually, we have lots of more work. That was actually unexpected, but pleasant. And yeah, the working environment is well, actually, we just need more projects. That's the case. And we are in Gunnar here is son of Guðjón, and that's pretty much the case in this. Nobody wants to carry that ball on, because when people come and look at our what the status of the business is, they tend to run away. So, but it's only for crazy people to try to carry this on. The job is nice, and the work is always good to do, you know, and otherwise we wouldn't be doing this. We like doing it.
It's not because of the huge amounts of money we get for this. And I think both Gunnar and Guðrún would agree with me that in the turf walls and the turf buildings, we would want to see more done and more repairs, and in that way we would maybe get some more people into this and do more of it. Hopefully that will be the case.
It's similar for us with the amount of projects we've had like for the past years. I think we've all done more turf building outside of Iceland than in Iceland until like 2 years ago or something. So and it's also something that we could use more in like traditional buildings as well, you know, modern architecture. I think a lot of engineers are a little bit afraid of using turf in a modern building because it's a live material and doesn't really, it can be like it moves, and we have concrete that's instilled. So yeah, and also I think people are having more interest maybe now in this than they have, so hopefully it will be result in more turf projects, yeah, for sure.
Anyone else like to comment? Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to add to that question, or? Yeah, Maria, could you please come up here?
Hello, thank you for all your talks today, everyone. My name is Maria Gísladóttir. I work at the Cultural Heritage Agency. And I would like to add to the last question, or maybe get a clarification. The reason that you don't have more work is that, what is the reason? Because there are lots of turf houses all over the country in disrepair. Is it money or disinterest of the owners, or are people learning to do it themselves, or doesn't seem to be the case?
I will answer
this.
There's not a simple answer to this. We need more money. And that's basically the threshold of everything we are trying to do, and everyone here actually knows this, because in every field that everyone has here, more money would be very good for the start. We have the knowledge and we have the know-how, and we have, of course, lots of houses that need repair. But projects need, like, I don't know the percent of how much more, but I'm sure Alma can say something about that. But for example, if we were to rebuild everything in just one place, Grenjaðarstaður, that would take us maybe 4 to 5 months to do if we did it all, the three of us. But that would take the money from the National Museum for 2 or 3 years. So I hope this answers the question. The problem is not that we need more projects, we just need money for the projects.
Can I add to the question? Because then you have had all these courses on turf building for a few years now, quite a few years. And I have a double question. Most of the students, you said, are like from the general public. Are they then owners of turf houses, or just people who are generally interested? And then after the course, are there some people who continue doing it? Are they doing it to repair their own turf houses, maybe in their lands, and their farmers or something? Are they maybe mostly foreigners? So, yeah.
For me.
Yes, for example.
course a lot of students that own a turf house or a small house or want to do something with from turf. Maybe they want to make some shed for whatever. And some have actually gone ahead and done something with this knowledge, yes, for sure. In Iceland, well, the Scots have of course done a great deal. They have made a very big house in Scotland, so we can be very pleased with that.
Netherlands?
Yeah, the Netherlands, we had a guy from Netherlands coming over and he actually made a house twice because the roof fell down. It was not our fault. We told him how, but he didn't listen. So yeah, people are using it, yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Snædís, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Snædís, carpenter here in Iceland. You say the main issue is money. Where should it come from? Is it the government? Is it the housing fund that's not enough, that grants the grants? Is it the owners that are not interested in doing the repairs? All of you can go first.
According to my study, the answer was to blend it. So the public, the state should be what they are supposed to with their own buildings, but people who wanted to renovate or repair their own houses should cost it themselves. They could maybe be funded from somewhere, but most of the answers were blended, like mixed, cost.
Enginn svaraði þessu.
Fær húsafriðunarsjóður ekki mikið af fyrirspurnum viðgerðir í torfhús? Vitið þið það?
Nei, það ekki mikið það. Það náttúrulega sko all merkustu torfhúsin eru í eigu, eru undir forsjá Þjóðminjasafnsins. Það eru einstaka undantekningar en við höfum ekki fengið, nei, það ekki, torfhúsin hafa ekki verið stór þáttur í úthlutunum húsafriðunarsjóðs.
I'm also wondering whether one of the problems is that people don't actually have maybe a tradition or sort of an image of what they would use the house for after they had paid a lot of money to have it rebuilt. So until we find a way to sort of repurpose these houses, find out how we want to use them today. Are they summer houses? Are they, I mean, what are they? I'm not talking about the kiosks for the tourists. I mean, there we have all kinds of fake, more or less fake turf houses. But I think we maybe have to build up a tradition of what we. Then maybe people would be willing to invest in them.
I agree.
I think the key thing is that the houses, you have to have if you want to preserve a building, it has to have a purpose or function, some kind of use. I think it is essential to, if you want to maintain these houses, to find them appropriate uses. And why I'm thinking about Hólar in Hjaltadal, Nýjibær, I'm thinking about Þverá. Why cannot somebody just live in those houses?
I would love to.
Yes, some other questions? Yeah, please come.
Well, my name is John Blum, carpenter from Norway and student in NTNU. I was wondering, do you have any limitations like in the legislation as towards what kind of houses you can legally build, and still if something goes wrong and you have to take it to court or anything, there's a legislation that says you follow these rules, so it's an approved house. Because in Norway we have these standards that you have to follow, and for traditional houses it's usually outside of those standards, so you have to have an agreement with all parties. Is that something you have to struggle with, or is it a challenge or anything like that?
Are you talking about complying to modern building regulations in terms of there are, we haven't had a case related to Torf buildings, but in wood houses, some old 19th century wood houses that have undergone restoration, there have been, it has proven to be impossible to meet the most extreme building code regulations, but there has been until now, there has been in the current building code, there is a possibility for exception regarding to, for instance, not about safety, but about certain things, about ceiling height, about staircases. You can and accessibility by disabled. So there is a channel. If you make a special case that you are trying to the best you can within the limitations of that house, you can apply for that. So there is a little bit of free space for that.
Thank you. Any more questions? Well, yes, please.
If I may, I would like to sort of add up my thoughts about this today's event. It has been very useful, I think, to get together and have this conversation. And I thank our contributors from Norway and Scotland for their insights, which was very, very good to have. And the conclusion I drew was that it appears that the base of knowledge of this kind of special craftsmanship of building turf walls seems to be preserved best of all in Iceland. It is in Iceland that they go to, both from Norway and Scotland, draw to here. And although there has been this decline and we are worried about the future of this tradition, I think it is encouraging for us, it's a challenge for us that we have the responsibility to maintain this tradition, not only for Iceland, but for the whole world. And therefore, I think it is, and I also thank for the introduction about the UNESCO agreement and those different categories. I think it is essential for Iceland to apply for the method of building traditional turf walls and roofs as an intangible heritage. I think that's a stronger case than focusing on individual sites or buildings, because that's that might become subject of some kind of controversy regarding authenticity. Many of these sites are compromised by modern buildings or modern changes. By focusing on the craftsmanship, we can avoid those problems. So that would be my recommendation. But I have to, another thought that came to me is that, you know, Icelanders, we have almost lost all our, we don't have any building heritage to speak of from the first centuries of our settlement. And that makes us very different. We don't have any Gothic cathedrals, we don't have any castles. We have only these handful of turf houses, and it is embarrassing for a country with the economic standard of Iceland that they cannot properly maintain these buildings. I mean, for God's sake. I mean, Icelandic politicians, they should be ashamed that they are not able to just... I say, thank God we don't have a Gothic cathedral. It might be really interesting to compare, what other countries like England, Italy maintain. What does it cost to maintain a Gothic cathedral? I mean, we are very lucky not to have one in this UK.
So the responsibility was the main reason we tried this project, the Fornverkaskólans, and the idea was in the discussion for a few years. But the staff of the Skagafjörður Heritage Museum just went aboard on the boat, and we are still rowing. And thank you for your to take part in this today. It was very nice. Thank you.
So I just have one question regarding Fornverkaskólans. Is it sponsored by the government in any way?
No.
No.
No, we have applied for grants, small grants from the local.
Development.
No, it's a regional grant system.
No, and
Yeah.
KS cultural.
Yeah, and also the housing fund from the Heritage Agency for the Fyrirrúmi project. So that's that goes straight into the repairs, but the coursework is always through different grants.
So if I just ask I just wanted to add a comment. It's last year we got 550,000 total in grants for the Heritage Craft School project. So about 40,000 Norwegian kroners. That's all.
And how many courses do you have per year?
We used to have about 3 or 4. Now it's 1 to 2.
Okay. And is this taught in Hólar, university?
No.
Okay, so this is the only only venue that like turf playing is taught. Is Fornverkaskólans.
But the University of Hólar is
No,
part of it.
Yeah.
The agricultural university has had some in Reykjavik, and Hveragerði has had some seminars, and also in the curriculum they have a few days of, like for the landscape gardening, they have like this stone walling course for a few days and turf walling. But it's very, and then it's only 2-day seminars like open to the public. So that's about it.
Can I add? Hannes also.
Yeah.
It's not a question, it's just Hannes in south of Iceland also has maybe 2 or 3 day courses as well. So there are 3 places.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have one question because we have experience in teaching in architecture for 17 years. In your experience, up-and-coming architects, are they interested in turf and working with turf, and what direction do you point them towards, for the future?
That's a very interesting question. I was talking to Bjarki here before, and I hope I'm not sort of explaining that wrong, but my feeling is that when they come into the school, turf houses are icons. They are not icons, they're just like almost like logos. They, I don't feel that they actually have that on their horizon. But when I was course director at the school, we would have the students go to Hannes Lárusson for some days, both at master's level and BA level. So the BA level would actually start their studies in architecture by going to the turf house, learning how to both cut turf and lay turf. They would spend a night together. They're sort of in their first week together, sleeping in a turf house, getting to know the sort of, and then sketching, photographing, trying to understand the sort of, and also, like I pointed out before, in a sustainable sort of regard, what Hannes also teaches them, on one hand, the aesthetics of the baðstofa, for example. I mean, the fact that all the materials that are here now are now local materials. So I mean, it's not, like I said before, it's not only the turf, but also how can we use whatever we have, how can we not demolish what we have, and so on. So when we do this, I feel that the students are extremely inspired. Not necessarily to go and lay, I mean, 4 stories blocks of turf, but there is this understanding in a sense. They get this, let's say, tangible experience in the finger threads and the star. So yeah, but this is, I would say, not say exceptional, but this, I mean, it really depends on the teacher that organizes it.
There's one aspect of this that I would like to bring up, and that is the fact that the turf building tradition is not limited to just making walls of buildings. It's a landscape tradition, and it was a revelation for me when I discovered the fact that how Reynir Vilhjálmsson, the landscape architect, in his final studies in Copenhagen in 1960, revived or introduced the idea of the turf building tradition as a landscape architecture thing, and it's a lot easier to preserve this tradition if you're just making walls and enclosures without dealing with all the building science problems of insulation, putting walls, movement, all that. So I think that's one way of highlighting and keeping alive this tradition, and also creating more possibilities for those craftsmen who wants to specialize and set up firms in this to work on making the turf wallings, the way the beauty of the turf building is that it is part of the landscape, and it was not just the object of the building, it was the whole assembly, the fences around the fields, the access road home, and the hlað. The hlað is a very special phenomenon in Icelandic architecture. It is this open space next to the dwelling, which is enclosed in part, not totally. We don't have any. Iceland, there's only the Danish colonial authorities built these courtyard houses. The courtyard is not part of Iceland. It is the special space called hlað. So there are, I think, Hildigunna was very right when she was talking about the turf building tradition as a placemaking and part of the spirit of the place, and that is the beauty of it. So I think we can, I think one way to I think we need to get out of the discussion of the building technological problems or making new buildings with turf walls. That is maybe not the issue. Maybe that was the way. I mean, people really tried in the 1940s to reintroduce turf in rural buildings in Iceland. It didn't work out. They really tried, but there were technical problems that they couldn't face. Maybe we can do it today, but I think thinking about it in a broader perspective, thinking about this tradition as a landscape tradition of merging new buildings into the land, because that was the beauty, and we can achieve that in new construction. I think it's really important also for the preservation of this tradition to make turf. To play with turf in new buildings. I think it's a part of renewing an interest in this tradition. So there's a big project for Icelandic architects to do that. They have been doing something like in that direction, but that needs to be, there's a lot more possibilities, and also for landscape architects and architects in particular.
Just a little footnote. I just want to boast a little bit. I was the dean of the Department of Architecture, and we just started our master studies. And I mean, in that sort of regards, we actually started the master's program here in Iceland for the first time by working with the turf house and with the sort of I mean, very much in the spirit of turf fiction. And I like I said before, it really depends on the people and what people are willing to start to experiment with this. How we can, I don't know. I think we have to get out there and make people understand the real qualities, and also maybe a mixture. It's not just about taking the heritage and putting it into formalin, but or freeze it or whatever. It's also, I mean, why can't we blend the turf with electricity and piping? And why? I mean, because if we would blend these two things, I mean, the turf houses, there was a leakage problem. There was all kinds of problems that modern technology would definitely be able to erase in a breath. So I mean, there are many ways to inspire and sort of ignite, I think, interest, but we have to get together and work on
We already have electricity in so many of the turf houses because, the ventilation system, for instance. But just adding one thing to what Peter said, I think there's room for some scientific approach as well on the turf, like from an engineering perspective. I think we must find ways to maximize what the turf is, its abilities. But that needs, some different approach, like technical approach, I believe.
I just wanted to add, because we were talking about architects and the turf houses. I think it was in 2018 or 19. I was with Alma in a architect history course, just a small course on the Icelandic architecture. And one thing it's fixated in my mind. There was, I don't remember who said it, but in the room it was full of architects and also just people in general curious about the history. A person said, the idea about reimagining the turf house, and everybody in the room just laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed. And I was like, okay, I don't understand the crowd because it's fixated in my head. I think it is always when I think about that moment, I'm like, it's interesting that everybody laughed. It's just common.
Thank you. Would anyone like to have a last question? Yeah, please.
It's kind of a big question to all of you, maybe more philosophical than anything else. So we're all here. Where do we go from now? how do we get the government to 3 ministries to come and give us a lot of money to teach turf? How do we write articles? What do we do? Do you have any ideas or answers for us who really just, like you said, we want the money?
Bendis, I've been thinking of this for 2 decades. I think I can't answer this question. I've tried to ask, you know.
Well, I think we need a little different approach for our government because they understand plus and minus. They don't really understand what's worth owning or having. So I think it's just a matter of good Excel.
I think when it becomes more popular, like I think I can feel it's becoming more popular among like with the locals and everyone. So I mean, it's just a trend that's coming up, and we need to use it better. You know, what Fornverkaskólans is doing is great, bringing it like closer to people, and I think it should be introduced into like the schools, the gymnasium and the universities as well. It's good to hear also from the architecture studies that they are doing so well, like introducing to the architects, and if it gets into the mainstream, you know, if designers start using this and it becomes more and more popular, of course it's just going to be a trend up, like to use it in modern architecture and new buildings, and but with the preservation part, it's I don't have the answer to that.
Well, after today, I think making a strong case for the uniqueness of this tradition in Iceland and the responsibility that Iceland has for the rest of the world to preserve it. I think that there's a new angle to explain. It will take a lot of explaining to do, and I think that's something that Iceland can be. We're always looking for something that is different and makes it special, and I think we just have to make the case more forcefully in all fields.
Well, I understand the comment about the Excel, but Excel in connection with the turf house makes my heart bleed. So I really understand. I mean, the sort of, like I said, innate knowledge about that we lost for decades, and luckily we have people who still know how to do this and who are willing to transmit their knowledge to new people, which is absolutely vital. And in that case, we can also look at the UNESCO question, and I totally agree that it's the way we do things, way we think things, and that definitely should be our main focus. But I think, and it comes maybe as no surprise after my lecture, I think we need to think about the turf house in different terms. I think we have to get out of this iconic, old-fashioned way of thinking of it, and try to make people understand some different qualities from different angles, from, also for them to be able to connect to it and understand the qualities of it. So I don't necessarily think that, it's Grimper or Laufás that will do that. I think there are other things.
Yeah, I agree. To really understand what it's about, not necessarily how it's made.
Not necessarily.
I mean, not necessarily,
respecting,
but as well, understand it. But there's one thing that's coming up a couple of times. That was lack of research. you know, it's really hard when you don't have anything to reference to, and it's also really hard when there's nothing on paper that has like a university stamp on it. So I think that would definitely help as well.
Well, thank you so much. I think we've reached the end of the symposium. What excellent lectures today. It's been really a lot to think about for us all, I think. And so special thanks for everybody who came to, I'm so happy how so many people came today. Drove from Reykjavík or came from Norway and joined us through the internet. Please, if you want to stay on and have a chat, because the schedule has been really packed, you haven't really had the opportunity to, you know, meet one another, and, you know, exchange phone numbers and emails and stuff like that. And yeah, just really thank you for participating today, and yeah.